Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. It's Friday night. I'm your host, Jake Johnson, and tonight on Untethered Live, we dig into the meaning of the word education. We're going to talk about all kinds of things. Sophistry, critical thinking, paper letters. Where did braining come from? We'll get into it. How are you? Welcome to the show. It is Friday, and I'm tired. It's been a long week, but it's all right. I feel good. I'm happy with myself. Can't complain. I'm blessed beyond compare. And my voice has been doing pretty good this week. A little scratchy right now, but I just woke up, so give it time. Let the coffee kick in. Amy's first in chat. She says, hey, y'all, I might be late tonight. I'm behind on my work because of a flood that took 3 hours to clean up. See you shortly. Well, put your waders on and get that flood cleaned up. We understand. Making that money comes first. It's quite all right. Here's your gold star, by the way. Amanda says hi. See? Say hi.
Hi, Amy.
See? Soph Allen's here. She says, hey. Hey, Soph. Amanda says.
Hi, Soph. And hi, Amy. Oh, no. We'll see you soon, hon.
Soph says, how is Jake feeling today? Well, normally I use my toes, but today I'm using my hands. And sometimes my tongue, but occasionally. Amanda says.
Hi, Untethered Live family. Good to see you all. Happy Friday. I hope everyone had a good week. Hiya, Jake. How are you tonight, love?
You wrote it. How are you tripping over it?
I'm not awake yet either. I don't have coffee to wake me up.
You should get an Amanda.
Yeah, I need an Amanda.
And Amanda says.
Like Jake. And hopefully with his hands.
I'm guessing that's how does Jake feel? Like Jake?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of feel like myself. Except right here. I kind of feel like Bruce Almighty right here. What's his name?
Jim Carrey?
Steve Carell.
Oh.
I said Bruce Almighty. Evan Almighty. I get them confused. I can't remember.
I was going to say Bruce Almighty was
Jim Carrey.
Yes.
Yep. You're right. Soph says, I hope you guys are doing really, really well. You guys. I think we are. Yep. Last time I checked. Yesterday we were just doing really well, but today I think really, really well. I think we're hitting it on the nail. Linda Davis is here. She says, hi, Amy, Amanda, Soph, and Jake. Hi, Linda. How are you, sweet love? Nice to see you. I hope you're feeling wonderful today. Really, really wonderful.
Hi, Linda, hun.
John H. is here. He says, hello, everyone. Hope you all had a good day. Happy VJ Day. VJ Day?
I had to read that twice,
That's
too.
when the Japanese surrendered in WW2. Ah, nice. I don't know what a VJ is, but I kind of like the sound of it. Can they be VJazzled? Can you VJazzle a VJ? Linda says, hey, John, heart.
Hi, Nugget.
Oh, John says, how are you, Linda? Amy says, like, shared, and invited some friends. I knew you wouldn't be late. Look at you go. A woman with a plan and a way to accomplish it. I love it. And Soph says, how are you guys? Same as the last time you asked. Fantastic. I got a nice hot cup of coffee, and I'm ready and raring to go with a cigarette to boot. How are you? Hope you're well. Patty's here. She says, hello, everyone. It's Patty. Hi, Patty. Wake up, boys. Nice to see you, Patty. Hope you're doing well. And Amanda says, hi, Patty. Soph says, how's things with you guys? Patty, don't repeat yourself, honey. That's the third time you've asked the same question, and I've answered it thrice.
Soph, not Patty.
Soph, sorry. Did I say Patty?
Yes.
I just read Patty. That's why it was in my mind. Soph, don't repeat yourself. I just answered the same question 3 times. It's not necessary. Amy says, hi, Amanda, Judik, Linda, Nugget, and Soph. Everyone else I missed. I'm okay. Just tired of working all the time. I can't wait to clock out. I understand. I had one of those jobs today that did not let up from start to finish. Constant. Go, 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 go. It's exhausting. And come about 3 o'clock, you start seeing the end target, and you're like, come on, come on, come on, come on. And it just never gets there. I understand. Just take a deep breath. You'll make it. And when you finally get back to the house and get your feet propped up, it'll be all worth it. And you can get up and do it all over again. Amy says, hey, Patty. Sue Woods is here. She says, hi, everyone. Hi, Sue. How are you, darling? How are things?
Hi, Sue.
Don't you want to have a cup of coffee with me, Sue? Go to the kitchen, get yourself a nice hot cup of coffee. Let's talk about it. If you don't have a cup, you can get one in the description below. I recommend the first one that has my face on it. It is fantastic, but we also have stainless steel tumblers down there, the big ones and the little ones. They got locking lids. They keep your coffee hot for hours. They got the Untethered Live Bible Study logo on the front and all my platforms on the back. They look great on a coffee table. Get one while supplies last, or a t-shirt or a hat or whatever. A shower curtain, it doesn't matter. We got it all. Stickers, thong, whatever. It's in there, I'm sure. And also, like, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available in the chat box. You want to show a little bit of love? You want to throw a little bit of change in my pocket? You want to? You can do that right there. Or hit that Cash App, $ Jake Johnson Band, which would be much appreciated. One last thing. If you would like to have a great place to hang out and share pictures, videos, texts, and chats with one another, and just get to know each other outside of YouTube and outside of me peering over your shoulder at everything you write, you can do that over at facebook.com/UntetheredLive chillin'. The link is in the chat. The ladies are killing it with memes over there. It's hilarious. If nothing else, it'll brighten your day, so go check it out. It's free. And now, back to the show. Amy says, Jake, not Jiddick. I knew who you meant. I'll take it either way. You can call me whatever you want to.
Except for late for dinner.
I have so many names. And Sue says, hi, Amanda. Amy says, hey, Susie. And John says, hi, Amy, and everyone. And Sue says, hi, Amy. And Sue says, hi, John. And Soph says, your chat's about to jump. And it did. And now I don't know where I was at. That's all right, though. I'll find it. You moved it too far.
8:33.
8:33. Thank you.
I had to find it too.
Oh, 33. That's why. Yep. Sue says, hi, John. And Soph says, hey, Susie, how you going? Patty says, Miss Amanda, Miss Amy Elizabeth. Top of the morning to you. Sue says, hi, Soph, I'm okay. Sleep wasn't well last night. I hate it when that happens. Me neither. I kept getting kicked in the side all night last night. Amy says, major flooding today. A hot water line burst, 3 inches of water on the floor and the carpets. Terrible. Do you have a mop or a squeegee? Because that would be important. Or a drain. A drain would be good. And Sue says, hey, Patty. And so says, I'm so sorry to hear that, Susie. I hope you sleep well tonight. And Linda says, every day I get closer to being good, John, but I know God has my back, and that's all I need to know right now. And thanks for being kind and asking. Well, being good is a subjective thing, and it can mean almost anything. Maybe you can be good just to wake up in the morning, or maybe you can be good to be content with the day as it is. Or maybe you can be good with to just be able to get over the problem, or to just swallow your pride, or to just whatever you're able to do that day. You can be good with that. Good is a line, a goalpost that you can move, and that in and of itself is good. So hopefully you'll figure that out, and it'll be okay. Just be good. You ain't got to be perfect. You just got to get through the day, and that's what's important. And the fact that you're doing that is wonderful. So, congratulations. It's hard, and some of us don't make it through the day. Thank God we're still all here doing it, being good. Amanda says,
I know that feeling, Sue.
they're not being able to sleep.
Yeah, the no sleep last night.
Add context is king. Amanda says,
Oh, no, Amy.
John says, that's fantastic, Linda. My thoughts exactly. Thumbs up and hearts. Amy says, I got my phone service restored today. Good. That's one less bill to pay. I know how that goes. Every day it's another one. You don't own it. It owns you. And Sue says, wonderful, Amy. Wave your hands. Not a thumbs up. Wave your hand. Amy says, Linda, day by day, step by step, breath by breath. Exactly. I was trying to be poetic, Amy. But you just had to go and say it all nonchalant.
A couple of songs in Amy's response there.
Oh, yeah. Linda says, you know it, Amy. And Amy says, my feet are still wet. Oh, I hate that. I hate when my feet get wet. There's nothing I hate worse than wet feet. That is the worst thing in the world, in my opinion. Wet feet.
She should have took Miss Patty's advice, and put bags on her feet.
And she says, I hate my feet being wet down to the socks. I know, right? Yeah. Where's bread bag when you need one? We should have listened, but no, we had to make fun of it.
Right.
No bag lady. You're wishing you had a bag now, don't you?
Leave it to the older and wiser to have the good ideas, and the younger ones just not listen.
Amy says, needless to say, I'm behind. But it's Friday, and if I don't get everything done, oh well. Right? Ladina's here. Hey, Ladina. Video DJ is a VJ. Ah. I don't think that's what he was talking about, though. It had something to do with World War II. But it might be. I don't know. Maybe they had video DJs in World War II. And they were Japanese or Chinese or whatever he said.
Japanese.
Can't remember now. Thank you, Ladina. How are you?
Hi, Ladina.
Patty says, Miss Amanda, you're doing great as co-anchor. And good for you. She is doing a good job. Don't worry about me. I'm a visual learner and an audio teacher. It's okay. She's doing a great job. And this is not an easy thing to do. Having a personality and having a personality that you can display are two different things. So it takes time to develop that. Amy says, hi, Ladina, kissy face. And Amy says, it's good to see you, Ladina. Yeah, been a while, hasn't it? A couple of days anyway.
Thanks, Miss Patty. I'm trying. I'm easing on into it.
That shit crazy, what's up? What you doing, bad shit? How you doing, man? Nice to see you. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods. And Ladina says, I guess that's not the kind of VJ you were talking about, John. Sorry. I don't know what he was talking about either. Might have been. Could have been. Your guess is as good as any. Amy says, hi, Bats.
Hi, Bat.
And John says, VJ Day is 80 years since the Japanese War finished. Huh? But what does VJ stand for?
Veteran Japanese.
Or Vietnam juxtaposed?
No, I don't know.
I don't think that's it. Sue says, I'm listening while floating in the pool. Nice. I don't have a pool to float in. It sounds like fun, though.
Well.
LOL,
LOL, Adina.
Patty says, hi, Sue. And Soph says, I am feeling amazing. I slept well. That's fantastic. I'm glad you feel amazing. Amy says, what's sleep? I don't know. Sue says, LOL, I don't drink coffee. Your loss. You don't know what you're missing. Why don't you drink coffee? That's weird. That's like saying, I don't snorkel.
VJ is victory over Japan.
Ah, nice. That makes sense. Victory over Japan Day.
Yes, August 15th, 1945 to September 2nd, 1945.
Happy VJ Day. Amanda says,
No, LOL, right, Amy?
Amy says coffee or tea, right? You can do tea and substitute it. We'll never know the difference. If you drink it in a coffee cup, we'll just think you're drinking coffee. You can get away with something. Sue says, I'm a tea person. That's quite all right. I drink tea occasionally.
Daily.
Ladina says, I was never good with history. Me neither. Surprisingly. Sorry, phone's blowing up. Soph says, tea for me. I love drinking tea. Ladina says, I read that one. Sorry. Amy says, Amanda says, here's the Facebook page. And then my chat jumped.
8:41.
Sue says, the last 2 years I had tea party themed birthday parties. Really? Was that what this birthday party was? A tea party? Interesting. I've never had a tea party that I can think of. John H. says, I took the day off today for a routine checkup. It's all good. That's fantastic, John. Welcome back to health, my friend. See, God does bless those that pay attention. I believe that firmly, and you're evidence of it. Amy says, I posted a meme that says, replace one word in a movie title with the word bacon. Okay. Bacon lies. Or true bacon.
Roadhouse bacon.
No, Roadhouse is one word. It would be bacon. Patrick Swayze and bacon.
That's a good combo.
Linda says, I took one of my old foster kids out for lunch for his birthday. And then I took my granddaughter into town into the town pool, came home, made dinner, and then I had to make pizzelles for my daughter-in-law. I'm pooped. Pizzelles? Is that like pizza rolls? I'm guessing. Or pizza sticks, something like that.
Great news nugget.
About the
Doctor visit.
clean bill of health. Amy says, back at it. I'll be listening mostly. Get her done. Linda says, that's excellent, John. And Ladina says, I bet the place is sparkling now after you cleaned it up after the flood, Amy. Heart. Ain't nothing like dousing something with a bunch of hot water to get it clean, huh? Ladina says, hello, all. Hello, Ladina. How are you? Sue says, hi, Ladina. Patty says, hey, John. Guth.
John H., good to hear.
Good to hear. Okay. John says, hi, Patty. Nice to see you. Heart. And Walter Davis is here. Hey, Walter. He says, good evening, all. Walter. Patty says, thank you, sir. Amy says, it was a group effort. We got out the machine to get the water up. You got to do that sometimes. I've had a flood here that was 8 feet deep before. Had to rebuild the whole house. You don't get the water out of that. You just start over. Amanda says, hi, Walter.
Yeah, hi, Walter.
Sorry. And Linda says, hi, Walter. And John says, hi, Walter. Good to see you. Prayers. Soph says, hey, John, how are you doing? Walter says, hi, Jake, Amy, Amanda, Patty, John, Sue, Ladina, Soph, Linda. And John says, hi, Soph, how are you doing? I'm good, thank you. Thumbs up. Ladina says, you have a nice voice for broadcast, Amanda. That's very nice. Thank you, Ladina. I think so, too. She just said you had a face for radio.
Right?
Walter says, hey, Batshit. Yeah, you been so quiet back there, Batshit. I forgot you were here. Hey, buddy. What's going on with you?
Thank you, Ladina.
Soph says, hey, Walter, how are you doing? And Soph says, I'm good, John. Fab Daddy, what's up, buddy? He says, happy Friday. My education consists of a doctorate of love. Well, did you stick around long enough to read that excerpt that I read to you Wednesday night? Because that's in education. And John says, message retracted. I can't read it if you retract it, John. Linda says, LOL, Fab. Might as well face it. You're educated in love. Doesn't work. Walter says, hi, Soph. Long week, long day, and it's Friday night. Life is good. Soph says, hey, Fab Daddy, how are you? Sue Wood says, coffee tastes disgusting. No, it does not. You just got to put a little sugar and cream in it. It's delicious. And it puts hair on your chest. You know what I'm saying? And Soph says, yeah, I know, right, Sue? And Fab Daddy says, good, more coffee for us, Sue, right? And Linda says, coffee is life, Sue. LOL. I know. For me, it is. I don't function unless the coffee is running through my veins. And it's probably just the caffeine. I could probably just mainline caffeine and get the same thing. But the hot liquid feels good going down my throat. Also. Walter says, also, Victor John. A kid I knew growing up. VJ, Victor John. Right. I like it. Could also be varicose jumper.
Hi, Fab.
Varicose jogger. I like that better.
$8.51.
Thank you. Vacuous javelin. And John says, it's Victory Day over Japan. Yep, we bombed the testosterone out of that country, didn't we? You go back and look at ancient history, and it's all samurai warriors and ninjas and killing machines and knives and blades and Japanese stars, and boom! Now you got Hello Kitty and tentacle porn. And bombed the testosterone out of those people.
That was dramatic.
Thank you. And that's how you teach a lesson, by the way. Speaking of that, did you see Trump manning Putin around this afternoon? Had him like an old schoolgirl on his arm, guiding him around while big B-2 bombers and F-45s flying over his head. Yeah. I'm proud to be an American where my president is bad. Ass.
Bad to the bone.
Bad to the bone. I was happy about that day. Fab Daddy says, why do vegetarians always try to make meat products? It's not for our benefit. They eat a fake burger because they desperately don't want to be vegetarians, Fab Daddy. Because vegetarians don't build pyramids. They drink their soy latte and complain about the weather and demand to be he, her pronouns or whatever. Fiddle with their man buns, their frosted tips. Because they miss meat and don't want to admit it. Same reason they got to tell everybody they're a vegetarian as soon as they start talking. As a vegetarian, nobody cares. Eat your fake burger and shut the hell up. That's what I say. I'm in a pissy mood tonight. I've been dealing with trolls all week. I got a inbox full of letters that just insult me to the core in every direction. I thought about reading them to you tonight. And I also thought about taking them up on their offer. But I realized to myself that they're just trying to get a rise out of me and very much desperately trying to get attention from me because they want to ride on my coattails to raise their status. And I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of doing it. In fact, if I see them again, I'm liable to ban them outright, period. But my initial thought was to take them up on their offer and offer to debate them face to face on my dime. I don't think they'd take me up on it, though. So Fallon says, what's your tea collection, Sue? You have a tea collection? You mean like teacups and saucers, or you mean like chamomile and chai, Earl Grey? Pretty much the huge. Sue says, Soph, you would love my tea collection. I have some that blooms in hot water. Okay, so that makes sense. I was wondering. That's a random thing to ask somebody, but now I see it. I was caught up thinking about the vegetarians and the trolls. Likely vegetarians. Sounds like a fun day, Linda, says Ladina. Yep, it sounds like a busy day. I still don't know what a pizzella is.
It's in the chat. Just keep going.
I know. If I don't talk about something, I won't have anything to talk about.
Oh, did your chat jump again?
No, I'm just brainless.
Oh.
Fab Daddy says, I am drinking cologne tea.
oolong tea.
Oolong, oolong, oolong,
Yeah.
oolong, oolong. I can't see. I can read, but I can't see.
Does that like $2 make you holler there, Fab? Oolong?
Oolong tea is a very herbal oriental tea.
Oh, okay. I just had to check.
It's tea for people that, wear loafers.
That wear loafers or they're light in loafers?
You have to have loafers on to be light in them.
Well,
Walter says, when I get to a doctor, it's going to be bad news. I know, brother. I know. So I don't go. I'm fine. I feel your pain. I'm there too. That's how I feel. Ain't no sense in going to pay somebody to tell me something I already know. And what I know ain't good. Soph says, I'll pray for you, Walter. Well, thank you, Soph. And Sue says, Fab, it really depends on a person's reason for not eating meat. Like, if it's for ethical reasons rather than they just don't like meat. They might like the taste of meat, but love animals a lot. Well, I've never in my life met a vegetarian that was a vegetarian because they didn't like meat. Most of the time, it's some kind of woke nonsense. Occasionally, very occasionally, there's an actual reason to become a vegetarian for health or whatever. If you want to be healthy, though, as a normal human being with the absence of having something wrong with you, you eat meat. That's how you keep your strength up. There might be something wrong with you that requires you to be a vegetarian, acid reflux problem or GERD or something like that, and it may be necessary. Most of the time, though, especially if they start out every sentence with as a vegetarian or some such, it's a woke thing. It's just another word for Democrat. Linda Davis says, pizzellas are Italian wafer cookies. So not at all like pizza rolls. Like a pizza stick. I got it. Interesting. I like wafer cookies. Soph says, would you rather have pizza or pasta for dinner? Pasta.
why can't you have both?
I mean, if you hold my hand to the fire, if it's an either or, it also depends on what mood I'm in, because I do like a good pizza. Sue says, Soph, I have a lot of different teas, but my blooming teas are my favorite. You get beautiful flowers in your glass teapot. Interesting. How does that work exactly? Is it an effect or is it an actual flower blooming? Aaron, what's up, brother? Aaron says, hey. And Soph says, awesome.
Hello, Aaron.
And Linda says, hi, Aaron, smiley face. And Sue says, Walter, doctors make me anxious. Me too. Especially when they're not very good doctors. And there's a lot of those. I like to see good doctors, and they don't make a lot of those. You got to pay a lot of money to see a good doctor. Aaron says, I'm treating myself to a steak. Awesome. I haven't had one in so long, but I've been working hard, so I'm grilling one. Awesome, man. Enjoy that steak. John says, hey, Aaron, brother. Thumbs up. Aaron says, hey, Linda, and hey, John. And Sue says, Soph, I like pasta. Linda says, ooh, that sounds good, Aaron. Yeah, it does, actually. I had sandwiches tonight. It's a lazy night. Nobody wants to do anything tonight. She didn't want to cook, and I didn't want to sit up waiting. Ham sandwich it is. Soph says, hey, Aaron, how are you doing? And Soph says, yep, I like pasta too, and pizza. Me too. I actually like pizza rolls a lot. The only problem with pizza rolls is they're too freaking hot. Takes forever for them to cool down. You bite into a pizza roll and it'll burn the roof of your mouth off and your tongue.
Well, see, that's why you go through and bite the corners off of every one of them and it'll cool off faster.
That's ridiculous. I want to pop the whole thing in my mouth and chew. Amanda's throwing cartoons up.
I'm not. Nice, Aaron. It's a steak.
Looks like a cartoon.
It's a steak. It's a T-bone.
Aaron says, hey, Soph. Amy says, Aaron, kissy face heart. Ladina says, I've never seen your face. I am sure you are lovely. Whose face? My face?
Mine.
Oh, her face. Oh, the face for radio. I was joking. She does have a face for radio, but I was joking. A nice radio. So do I, by the way. Sue says, I like pasta so much, I'm amazed I'm not fat. That's one of those things that a woman says that you don't talk about. You just move on. Pretend it never happened. Don't look back. It's a trap. Amy says, hi, Walter and Fab.
And thanks, Ladina. I don't do the camera, but I'm guessing it will be eventually.
And I like this setup. It works. Aaron says, hugs and hearts, Amy. And Soph says, I love vegetarian pizza, gluten-free, because my mom is gluten-free. I guarantee you she has gluten in her somewhere. Guarantee it. You know what gluten is? She may not eat any gluten, but I promise there's some in her. And Walter says, hi, Aaron. And Sue says, LOL. Uh-oh, my chat jumped. Hang on.
8:57.
8:57. Why does it keep doing that? Why can't they fix that? You can talk to somebody in Japan in real time, but you can't keep a chat straight? Come on. Sue says, LOL. As a very feminine woman and pinup model, I don't want hair on my chest. Well, then stay away from the coffee, because you certainly don't need that. And tea is hot. Yes, it is. And I had some the other day with honey and lemon in it, and it was good. It's just I'm very lazy, and I never think to make tea because it's the thing you have to do extra. My coffee pot's just there, you know. So by the time I think about it, it's too late.
But when I ask him if he wants hot tea, he says no.
Aaron says, hey, Walter, I'm glad to see you. And Sue says, Soph, I got vegetarian without cheese because I'm also lactose intolerant. Fun fact, everyone is lactose intolerant. We're not intended to digest cheese or milk after a certain age. Mother's milk isn't exactly milk. You know, all things drink milk when they're infants, but it's not really milk. It's not like a cow's milk. Cow's milk is a particular thing, and I suspect God made it that way so you could drink it at a certain point or use it to cook with or something like that. But the digestive system isn't particularly suited for milk products. So in certain cultures, like in the Chinese culture, they can't drink milk. I don't know if it's Chinese. It might be like Vietnam or something. It's one of the Oriental places. They cannot drink milk. Every person there will get sick if they try to drink it because it's not part of their diet. And it's one of those things like high fructose corn syrup. It's something that you have to become accustomed to, and then you can drink it. So everyone starts out queasy on milk. It sits very heavy on your stomach. If you drink it for a while, you can become accustomed to it and build an immunity to it and not get sick when you drink it, but you have to go through that to get to it. Most people aren't willing to do that. Most of us do it at an early age so we don't remember it or don't think about it. Or your body is different at that age anyway, so it doesn't matter. But if you wait until your adulthood to drink a lot of milk, you're not going to start drinking milk. It's not going to be good for your tummy. It's pretty interesting the way that the body is.
I love milk.
And also, when we think about drinking milk, immediately we think about pasteurized milk because that's what we're conditioned for. But there's a whole subset of milk that is non-pasteurized that is completely different than the kind of milk you get at the store. Goat milk is much, much thicker and sweeter and yellow, if I remember correctly.
Has a yellow tinge to it, yeah.
And real cow's milk don't taste like milk from the store either. And it's warm when you get it. And I know people that'll just drink it right out of the tap. You know, I'm like, yeah, let's put it on ice for a little while, get some pasteurization going on. But you can also get whey and curd and lots of other things out of that milk too. They make all kinds of stuff with it, butter and yogurt. They have to add bacteria to it to make it yogurt, but it's pretty interesting milk. It's a very, very interesting fluid, almost like it was designed. Because you think about that. Think about cattle, for example. If you know anybody that owns cows, you will know what a cow puller is. It is not always, but it is very common that a cow cannot deliver by itself. You need help. Something needs to help get the calf out on a regular basis. It's not always, but it's enough that wouldn't do good for the species if there weren't people here. And then you think about the trade-off. Almost everything a cow does benefits humans. They're good animals. They graze. They are good to eat. They produce milk. Almost everything about them. We use their leather, everything. It's a symbiotic relationship. We need them and they need us. Almost like it was designed that way. Look at a chicken. Chickens lay eggs all the time that do not make chickens. They don't have chickens in them. They're just eggs. The only way they get a chicken is if the rooster fertilizes the egg in the chicken. I don't know how that works. I've never watched it up close. But I know you need a rooster to get a chick. So why do they do that? Evolutionarily speaking, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Why would a chicken just produce something that has no purpose? Oh, but it has a purpose because we like breakfast. Chickens don't eat eggs. They might, but they don't eat them the way we eat them. Think about that. Think about how many things in life are like that, like a chicken egg, necessary for more than one thing. And then you begin to realize everything is like that to some degree. Everything. You live in a symbiotic world. Everything in it requires everything else in it to function to some degree. That's amazing to me. How can we sit here today at the height of sophistry and talk about there not being a God? How can you not see? Now, we can argue till the cows come home what God or who God or why God, but is God? Absolutely. There's no way to look at it that doesn't involve a creator. You can't even talk about it without using creator-type language. It's amazing. What do you think about that? Aaron says, hey, Walter, glad to see you. And Sue says, oh, I read that. Sorry. Patty says, coffee. Yeah. Yep. I'm with you, Patty. By the way, if I sound a little snappy, I'm not. It's just hard to talk. I have to push the air out so it makes me sound a little bitey, but I don't mean it that way. So Fallon says, I love cheese for my pizza. Me too. And by the way, if you're lactose intolerant, does that include cheese? Can you eat cheese? I'm just curious. I know drinking milk is hard for you to digest, but can you eat, like, pizza? Aaron says, and K-pop, which is horrible. K-pop, the music from the Orient. I don't know which country it's from. South Korea, maybe. I've seen bits and pieces of it. I'm not a big fan. Or is that a Japanese thing? I'm not sure. Fab Daddy says, I'm going to have to rewatch Wednesday excerpt. I missed it. My gamer friends needed a fourth member for the team. I hear you. Well, it's important, so go check it out. I think it's pretty close to the beginning. I don't remember exactly when it was. But I read some emails, and then I read that thing. So skip through the emails, and I say it's for you, so you'll know. Sue says, I don't usually like K-pop, but, right? But I liked the Netflix movie K-pop, Demon Hunters. I related to the main character. I hear you. I haven't seen that one. K-pop Demon Hunters. I stopped watching Netflix because 90% of everything that's on there involves somebody with blue hair, and it just ain't me. And I started noticing a trend, and I didn't like it, so I got away from it. But I used to have Netflix. I had Netflix back in the day where I used to, I don't even remember how it got started, but they would send me DVDs in the mail, and I'd watch movies and then send them back, and they'd send me more. I can't remember how I ordered the DVDs, if it was a fill-out card or if I went online. I don't remember, but maybe we went online. Maybe it was the early days of the internet. We could go to a website or a BBS or something and order. But they would send 3 DVDs at the time, or 4, and we'd get to watch movies and then keep them as long as you wanted to, as long as you sent them back when you were done, and then they'd send you some more. It's kind of neat. I kind of miss those days. It was like having a red box in your mailbox. And John says, I was going to say something rude, but there's ladies in the chat, VJ. I hear you, buddy. They probably, every one of them, know all about that, VJ. But thank you for not being rude. That's always a good thing. And Walter says the second bomb was over a factory that made airplanes. It was on a pier to load the planes onto aircraft carriers. The bomb caused a tidal wave and the national fear in Japan, and that's why they surrendered. Interesting.
LOL Nugget. We've probably already said it. Talking about the VJ.
Fab Daddy says, you're going to get YouTube drama if you get too invested with them haters. Oh, I know. My initial reaction was, defense. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that they're just trying to get attention from me. They're just trying to ride on my coattails to raise their status a little bit. And I have a stack of emails that they sent me in private, and they're now 3 of them. They used to only be 1, and then they went to 2, and now there's 3, and there's possibly 4 because I think they're all the same person. That's my guess. I don't know that for sure, but I'm guessing. And the things that they have said to me, I thought about reading it to you guys. I read the first few, but every day they have been sending me mail, and it's been progressively getting worse and worse and worse. They are really trying to hurt my feelings. So my guess is I just need to let them go away and give them the response that they don't want, and that's to ignore them. Amy says, note to chat, please don't take any opinions expressed by the host personally. He is not talking about you. We love you. Of course not. I hope nobody did. No. Most of the time, I'm just trying to be funny. Second of all, I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm just making nonsense conversation. So if anything I've said seems offensive, it is not directed at you. I love it, each and every one of you. Amy, did I say something that sounded offensive? That didn't come out of nowhere. And John says, no, Amanda. I'm guessing that means you haven't said it. Amy says, to my vegetarian friends listening. Oh, the vegetarian thing. You have vegetarian friends? I'm willing to bet they don't build pyramids. I was not factually incorrect. But I didn't mean that as a slight towards them. But you know the type, and they do too. Fab Daddy says, I have seen the drama happen in every community in this crazy social media experiment. Oh, yeah. Yep. I have very little experience with trolls because my moderators are really good at their jobs and they keep that away from me for the most part. And my initial response is to get snappy and defend myself. But then I start thinking about it and I'm like, well, that's not really serving the purpose, is it? And I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. The minute I hit the off button, that all goes out of my head. I don't think no more about it. They're not hurting me in real life. They might be hurting my persona, but they're not hurting me. But then I think about it. What kind of a sad sack would actually say things like that to a person? That's pretty much loser territory. That's the lowest of the low. So I really don't even need to respond to that. I agree with you. And Sue says, Fab, sometimes the drama is entertaining. I saw some ridiculous drama about knitting once, right? And Fab Daddy says, yeah, but I ain't here for the drama. And Jake is a stronger man, and he is teaching, and his teaching will guide him into turning the cheek. Well, sometimes. Sometimes you need to get smacked in the mouth. And Sue says, I don't think the vegetarian diet is the healthiest, actually. Look into Mediterranean or pescatarian. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. And I'm not actually talking about people who choose to eat vegetarian. I'm talking about the personality of a vegetarian, the modern day woke nonsense. That's what I'm making fun of. I'm not talking about any particular person. I don't have anybody in mind when I say that. But you know the type. You've seen them before, and they are annoying. They're just as bad as the CrossFitters and the, Jehovah's Witnesses. Anybody that leads with an identity is annoying. Bill Bennett says, hello, all. Jake, I agree with you. I agree with your thinking on our sweet Jesus. Don't waste your time on the haters unless they can prove you wrong. Well, they haven't even mentioned anything that I was wrong about. They're interested in attacking my character, which is why I'm not going to dignify it with a response. No, they're basically just calling me a drug addict and a con man and uneducated, and the list goes on and on and on. So I figure anybody that knows me knows better than that. And if you listen to that, you don't really need to be here in the first place. So I'm just going to ignore it. But that's not to say I won't call it out. It is there. So I'm not hiding it from anybody. See, that's a trap. Because if I hide it, then they can say, oh, he hid it because he didn't want anybody to know the truth. And I'm not hiding it. I read every word of it to you last time they sent me stuff. But I'm not. My ego is not bruised. I am a little concerned about the way people think about me. But I'm not bruised by their insults. That doesn't bother me. I'm a tougher man than that. I have pretty thick skin. Take worse than words. And they've insulted a few of my moderators too. So that's got to stop. But you're right. Let it be. Amanda says,
Hey, Bill.
And John says, in your body you need protein and vegetables. Agreed. And Sue says, It's actually tea flower that blooms in hot water. I love them. I've never seen that before. I bet that is pretty. And Soph says, absolutely love steak. It's good. It is good. A good, fat, juicy steak is a wonderful meal. And a big, fat, loaded baked potato beside it. Now I'm getting hungry. And Sue says, John, plants have protein. And John says, meat. Patty says, the Lord will always guide the remnant. And that is what we are, the remnant. I agree with that, Patty. And thank you, ma'am. Aaron says, pizza rolls are always hot or cold in the center. I know. It's hard to get that temperature right. Either it's ice cold or it's burning, flaming hot. There's a very thin window right in the middle of sitting and waiting for like 20 minutes that you can actually pop it in your mouth and eat it. But it don't last long. And Linda says, my daughter-in-law needs them for her cannoli dip for a bridal shower tomorrow. I must have missed one.
No,
the pizzellas.
Yes.
I got you. Speak of the devil. My chat jumped in, then I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bill, Patty, you'll understand. Where am I at?
You're at 909.
909. 909.
909.
And Fab Daddy says, Homer slinking into the hedge. Aaron says, yes, steak is good, but it's expensive. Yeah, you know what else is expensive? Burger King. Jesus. I took the missus to the Burger King the other day. We got 2 hamburgers, 2 number ones. It was over $20. 2 hamburgers. Over $20. What? That's got to stop. And John says, I had tacos with salad today. Spicy, not hot. I like spicy, not hot. I like hot sauce, but I don't like it too hot. I like the flavor of it more than I like the heat of it. So that's why I use Crystal or Louisiana or Texas Pete. Fab Daddy says rice, milk, almond milk, lots of alternatives. But none of those are actually milk, though. Fab Daddy says coconut milk. Yeah. No, none of those are milk. They don't have teats. That's oil with water in it. So I'm not sure that's good for you. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I would guess that almond milk and rice milk is not particularly good for your body. I know soy milk is not good for you, but for a different reason. Soy will lower your testosterone drastically. In fact, the people that plant soy won't have anything to do with it because they know better. And Linda Davis says, Fab, I love coconut, but I really don't like coconut milk. It's like white water. It's because it's not milk. And Fab Daddy says, you put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. Yeah, I've never tried that. I've heard the song, but I've never heard of anybody actually putting lime in coconut. That's kind of weird. Put lime in tequila and drink it all up. Now that we can get into. Put the coconut in the almond bar.
I use coconut milk to make my coconut pies and cakes. You'll say you think that now until there's one sitting in front of you and you can't stop eating it.
I don't like coconut.
You don't like imitation coconut.
I don't like imitation coconut. Amanda says, I read that one.
No, I read that one.
You read that one. Ladina says, chickens do eat eggs and eggshells. It makes the shells of their eggs stronger. I know. I said they don't eat eggs like we eat eggs. The way that we eat eggs. I know they peck eggs. They don't eat them for breakfast. It's not a part of their staple. Or a staple of their diet. Linda says, and drink it all up. Put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. It's a good song, actually. Amy says, my chickens love scrambled eggs. Cannibalism. And John says, ain't pasteurized. Ain't that when you walk past it in a store and pasteurize? Yeah. Yeah. Sue says, look into the double slit experiment. I have. The only answer is a creator. Amen. I have looked into the double slit experiment, and what she's talking about is light. Light being a particle or a wave, depending on whether or not you're looking at it, or whether or not you need it to do a particular thing. Because, and you can go and you can take that all the way back to the Planck, which is the smallest measurement we have. If you look deep enough into the quantum world, we're built out of pixels, basically. It's the exact same thing as a pixel on a screen. That's why a lot of physicists are thinking that we live in a holographic universe. We don't. But there is some validity to that argument because it is kind of like that. Our reality is built out of pixels. In a way, in a manner of speaking. You get into spooky logic when an atom can be here or there, depending on where it needs to be. And if they get entangled here and there, they have the same thing happen to them no matter how far apart they are. If you poke this one, that one will feel it. If you move this one, that one will move. If you change this one's color, that one's color will change. And that's freaky. It ain't supposed to do that because they're not thinking objects. They're not living, as it were. They're just particles. But those particles have reasons for being, and you can't look at it and not derive creator. You're absolutely right. And it is fantastic. The slit experiment, the double slit experiment, is where they take a piece of paper and put two slits in it and then shine a light, a single source light, into the two slits, and then go around to the other side and observe it. And depending on how it goes, depending on how you're looking at it, it'll either be a wave or a particle, or both, or neither, depending on what you need it to be. It's very interesting, that experiment. And it says a lot about what light is. We don't know what light is. That's another misnomer. Speaking of education, my education was questioned recently, so let me explain something to you. I showed one of my certificates because it was brought into question whether or not I had one. And the response I got was, that's a ridiculous piece of paper that any idiot can print out. It allows you to marry people, and that's it. Well, actually, it is a legal document from a real church, and I worked very hard to get it. I don't know how you got yours. But it allows me to marry people and bury them and baptize them and exorcise them and teach them the Word of God. Because that's the qualification required. And to that, I would ask you, where did Moses get his degree? Or Stephen? Or Paul? Or James? Where did they get their degree exactly? Where did they go to school? Where did Socrates or Plato or Pythagoras go to school? Do you know? I know, but do you? Where did Bill Gates go to school? Or Elon Musk? Or anybody else that has made large changes in the educational system? I'm guessing you don't know. To that end, I would say that where does the certificate you receive from Yale when you graduate, with a master's degree. Where does it come from? What is it? It is a ridiculous piece of paper that any idiot can print on a printer. Or Cambridge or Harvard. A PhD is a ridiculous piece of paper that isn't worth the ink that it's printed on. It's just a symbol of the work you did. All it proves is that you showed up at a place for a length of time and did the absolute bare minimum to remain there. That's what it means. A piece of paper does not create intelligence. It does not prove smart. It doesn't, which is why I don't put letters in front of my name, because it's irrelevant to the conversation I'm having, for one, and for two, it doesn't matter. That's not what makes me smart. Thinking makes me smart. Education makes me smart. Reading makes me smart. The letters behind my name don't. Doesn't matter. So, as I was saying, there are a lot of things that are considered settled science that are absolutely not settled science, such as what light is. You go to any school and they'll tell you light is a wave or a particle or both. Well, which is it? Where does it come from? Can I hold some? Can you put it in a jar and paint it red? No, you cannot. You don't know what a photon is. You don't know where its origin is. You don't know what causes it. You don't know what stops it. All you know is that it's there. Gravity has been settled science for 150 years, except now they're starting to question it because they don't actually know what gravity is or what causes it. They know that it's there. They think they know that it's there. They think that they observe it happening. But if you go look at the latest thing they discovered at CERN when they collided two particles together that should not be collided together, they discovered something that they did not know before, and that is gravity is not finite. It does whatever it wants to, whenever it wants to. It is not because of the fabric of space-time. That's a lie. That's a misunderstanding that Einstein had when he put his theory of general relativity together. He never did put a grand theory of everything together. He tried and failed, as did many others, including Stephen Hawking and the like. What I'm trying to say is 95% of academia is ego-driven. It is people claiming to know a thing they don't actually know. The science people, the Neil deGrasse Tysons, the Bill Nye the Science guys, those people are largely idiots who claim to know something because they're part of a club who all claim the same thing. Don't make you smart, though. So if you believe in that sort of thing, you're basically an idiot. If you haven't questioned it. And I'm using the term idiot not as an insult, but as the clinical definition of the word, meaning your brain is slowed. It is not acting like a normal brain. You have to question the world you live in. You have to keep questioning it because the people in charge are gatekeepers. They're not interested in answering the questions. They're interested in producing a narrative that makes them money and keeping you tied to it. That's what they're interested in, which is why I exist. Why am I talking about it? Mostly because my education was questioned, but secondarily because I'm right about that. And I want this channel, the reason it exists is for me to question those things and to put it into context with the Bible, which answers all of those questions if you look hard enough. Why ain't more people doing it? I don't know. Amy says, I had 2 calves growing up. Dad said not to get attached because they were freezer beef. Right on. I named them Hamburger and T-Bone, and that's what they became. And I'm glad that you had that experience because now you know where your food comes from, and that is way more valuable than thinking it comes from the supermarket. And Sue says, Ladina, they need their eggs to replenish calcium. My parrot eats her eggs. Producing eggs leaches calcium from their bodies. Aaron says, it's like Korean boy bands, Jake. K-pop. They do all these girl clothes and frou-frous and dyed hair. Got it. I've seen them before. Linda says, Amy, I posted a memory that goes with what you just said, and you'll have to check it out. And Sue says, K-pop Demon Hunters is an animation and definitely fictional, but it has good message. Right on. There's a lot of good messages out there, even though they're fictional. The movie The Passion is not biblical, but it's a great story. Caitlin Bree, welcome to the show. When we actually got mail. Huh? When did you actually get mail? Do I know you? Are you one of those? Ladina Simmons says, or maybe you're talking about, maybe you're referring to when I was talking about Netflix, in which case I apologize for that previous statement. Welcome to the show, Caitlin. Ladina says, for my husband and daughter, cheese is less of an issue for them. It does affect them a bit. And some people are just like that. And some people are easier to digest it. But it is not a natural thing. It's a thing you have to get accustomed to. There's a lot of things in the world like that. Penicillin is one of them. Amanda says.
Hi, Bree. Welcome.
And Sue says, Aaron, there are K-pop girl groups too, like Blackpink. I've heard of Blackpink. I've never heard their music, but I've heard of the band. Amy says, hi, Caitlin, welcome. And Fab Daddy says, I don't trust the double slit experiment. It has one problem. It grows through a 3-dim block. So I believe it bounces off the thick edges. It might. But the reason that they devised that experiment is because they discovered what light was doing in its natural habitat, and they wanted to reproduce it. It's an experiment, which means it's a test. It's a test to prove or disprove a theory based on observation and reality, and they are not faking what happens in reality. It may very well be bouncing, but that doesn't change the fact that light is either a wave or a particle depending on what it needs to be, and depending on whether or not you're looking at it. There are some atoms that are not even there unless you look at them. That's when you get into spooky logic and all of that stuff. And Sue says, cheese will cause me to be constipated with really terrible cramps.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I will die without cheese.
Aaron says, yep. They're the girl version of the boy, Sue. And Sue, I eat cheese by the block. It does nothing. If I eat a lot of cheese, I'll get kind of upset and constipated, but I can eat a little bit and it don't bother me. And I use creamer and milk in my coffee, and I eat cereal with milk, so that doesn't bother me. And I love chocolate milk.
Yoo-hoos.
That's not actually milk, though.
I know.
And Amanda says,
LOL, right, Aaron?
and Sue says, I know what Amy is referring to. Right on. Amy says, just a general statement, because sometimes things are taken wrong. I got you. And sometimes I say things in a way that can be taken wrong. I get that. I guess I rely on people knowing me and knowing that I talk that way. I don't mean no harm by it. And I guess if they're new, they'll get used to it eventually. And Ladina says, my lactose intolerant daughter lives on mac and cheese. Yep. Some of us are glutton for punishment too, Ladina. I'm one of them.
LOL, Ladina. I could too.
Well, it's me, considering you have brought this on this channel, I would say that's probably why you're timed out. If you did nothing wrong, wait your time out and rejoin us. No problem, no harm, no foul. If you did do something wrong, you'll do it again, and you'll be timed out again.
He hasn't been timed out yet.
Yeah, he has.
Not this time.
Well, his message is invisible.
Yeah, just the message was retracted.
Aaron says, Mac in a pot. That's a rap. That's a whap. Mac in a pot. That's a whap. Whap as in whap? Or what are you saying? Are you talking about mac and cheese? Big Mac? A Mac truck? Mac and me? What are we talking about? It's me says, love you, Amy. And Amanda says, you start your crap, you will be again. The timed out thing. Aaron says, don't start. Amy says, if I accidentally timed out someone, I'm sorry. I have my phone in my pocket. It happens. April used to do that on a regular basis. Not sure how, but she did.
I was going to say, and her phone wasn't in her pocket.
Yeah, it was in her hand. I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but it did happen.
We are talking about April.
Aaron says, you good, Amy? And Fab Daddy says, if I had to, I would eat a vegetarian. So would I. In fact, I've told vegetarians that. Don't go to sleep, because if I get hungry, I'll make a sandwich. If it's us on an island, you know. It's me says, Amy called it free speech the other night. All right, there you go, starting your shit again, it's me. Yes, you have free speech, but this is my house. That means your free speech is a privilege, not a right. And if you don't stop interrupting and causing strife, you will be blocked, period. I've had enough of your friends. I've chosen to turn the other cheek and not respond. Don't encourage. I assure you, you will not like the results. That's the last I'm going to say about it. Be smart and don't bring it up again. And Sue says, trust me, the annoying vegetarians are annoying to those who don't make a big deal about it too. That was kind of my point. And Aaron says, Fab, I ate a vegetarian once. She liked it. Ouch. And Fab Daddy says, right. Amanda says,
LOL, Aaron.
Aaron says, I kicked you out, not Amy. And Fab Daddy says, tasted like broccoli. Gross. I'd have that looked at. That's not good. John says, it's me being disrespectful. Oh, sorry. It's me being disrespectful is not free speech. Behave. Thank you. Amy says, Amy was confused about what was going on because she was busy working. It's me says, I know who did, and then Amy thought I shouldn't have. Look at you trying to divide and conquer. It's not going to work, buddy. Read the room. Fab Daddy says, time to game. Later, lovelies. 2 and 5. Well, enjoy your game. What game are you playing, by the way? Amanda says, good night, Fab.
Night, Fab.
Sorry. Chat jumped at that exact moment.
9:29.
Patty says, well, I guess I'm going to turn down early. Y'all have a good night and keep the faith and hang on. Thank you, Patty. I love you, sweetheart. Enjoy the night and get some rest. And John says, good night, Fab. And Aaron says, but now she knows I told you. You have no power here. Watch the show or you'll be gone. Sue Wood says, okay, be back in a few. I'm getting out of the pool. Be careful. Those things are slippery. Amanda says, good night, Patty. And Ladina says, it does not matter what anyone thinks of you. Only matters what God thinks of you. Block them. None of us are perfect. And you know the things you need to work on. We all do. I agree, Ladina. 100%. I've never once claimed to be perfect, nor am I trying to be pious or anything other than what I am. Apparently, some people require more than that. I can't help that. The Bible tells us not to cast our pearls before swine, and I try very hard not to do that, but I try to offer it to anybody that's willing to listen. If there's any wrong in that, I suppose when I get to heaven, I'll have to answer for that. However, God has blessed me beyond measure, and you judge a man by the fruit that he bears. That's all I got to say. You know who you are and what you are. I know that from where I'm sitting, it looks pretty sweet to be me. I don't know how you feel. And I don't mean you, Ladina. I mean the you that is looking at me. And Amy says, but yes, free speech is a good thing. It is a good thing. Free speech, but not free from consequences, is what I said. Right. You have free speech. Your free speech might get you punched in the mouth, but you have free speech. Nobody is censoring your speech. They're trying to stop you from getting kicked out, and you don't seem to see that you're barking up the wrong tree. When you get timed out, incidentally, and this goes for everyone here if it happens to you, that is the moderator telling you, calm down. I don't want to kick you out of here. You're part of the family, but you're out of line. Take a minute, breathe, come back later when you can talk normally. That's what being timed out means. If you've been timed out, that is not permission for you to continue and double down on your nonsense. That will get you removed. Learn. And Sue says, fast food shouldn't be expensive. I know, right? It ain't expensive for them. It's expensive for us. And Ladina says, we all know the things we need to work on for ourselves and not you, just clarify. Right on. I understood what you meant. I am far from perfect, and I got plenty of things I need to work on too. And I am working on most of them. However, what has been going on in the past few days, all of the accusations thus far have been incorrect. They're just accusations. They're just hateful people being hateful. Childish people being childish and mean people being mean. They're not interested in what I've done wrong. They're interested in gaining clout by clamping on to me. It's jealousy, pure and simple. Incidentally, I've gone and looked at a few of them. I can see why they're jealous. And Amanda says,
I don't care who you are. If you're disrespectful, disruptive, or rude, I will boot you.
also, I don't kick anybody out, just so you know. That's not my job. I don't tell them who to kick out. I don't control who they kick out. I don't look at who they kick out. If you get booted, that's between you and them, not me. It's me. I done told you that ain't gonna work. You're not gonna divide and conquer. You're in the wrong here. Everyone knows it. Appealing to one of mine's higher authority is not gonna help you. You can try, but it ain't gonna work. Like I said, you judge a man by the fruit he bears. If people are loyal to me, it's for a reason. It ain't because I told them to be. And you trying to needle in there in between us ain't gonna work. And Sue says, no, not me, Amanda.
No, not you, Sue.
And Ladina says, soy is not good for you at all. I love almond milk. Yeah, soy will turn you into one of those guys with a man bun real quick. It is not good for you at all. It's not good for your body. It's not good for your testosterone levels. It's not, I don't know what it does to women, but I know that the men that work in the fields won't touch it. They wear gloves. They don't even want nothing to do with it. It's bad for you. And Sue says, I like this rice milk treat the Mexicans here make. They've been making it for years, and they put cinnamon in it, and it's very good. Nice. I don't think I've ever tried rice milk. And Aaron says, it's me. The final say is Jake's. Respect his show and his people. Thank you, Aaron. Batshit Crazy says, Steely Dan. I wish I could sing you some Steely Dan. I can't do it right now. Apparently, I'm reaping what I sow. Rich S says, hi, gang. Hey, Rich. Nice to see you, buddy. And Amanda says, well, Aaron is a moderator. That's what that big blue wrench means. Aaron says, you see the wrench? That's what that means. Amanda says,
Hi, Rich.
Linda Davis says, hi, Rich. And John says, it's me. All you got to do is be nice. It's not hard. It's simple. Exactly. And Sue says, at a certain point, I think we are observing the edge of the spiritual realm. I think you're probably right about that. I think that how it works, and I'm not an authority on this subject at all, but my guess is, judging by what I've read in the Bible and the descriptions that it's used, such as Jacob's ladder and different elements like that, or Philip being at one place and then another place that he couldn't possibly be at, or Jesus appearing in a room out of nowhere, I think that the spiritual realm is right here in this realm. I just think we're in a different plane and we can't observe it. Kind of like if you drew a circle on a piece of paper and then you drew another circle on a piece of paper and then called that Mr. and Mrs. Circle, right? Mr. and Mrs. Circle live on a two-dimensional plane. They can only observe each other as a line. They can't discern that there are circles because they live in a flat plane. So one day I come and I say, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Circle. Well, they can't hear me because I speak English and I live in this three-dimensional realm, and their flat ears cannot take in the air that's coming out of my three-dimensional mouth, so they can't hear me. But I can contact them. I can touch the paper. And when I touch the paper, they observe a larger circle, which they perceive as a line, larger than them, that came out of nowhere. Just, there it is. So they go and start the Church of the Circle, right? And they start worshiping, oh, great circle, come back and touch us. Come back and see us again. Well, I can't perceive that because I'm not a flat plane, but I can see them congregating. So there's activity. Maybe I want to talk to them again. So I touch the paper again, and out of nowhere, there's a great line again. And they have met their creator, so to speak. That's how I think the heavenly plane works for us. It's here, right where we are. Only we can't observe it because it's in a different plane than we're in. We're in a three-dimensional space. There's as many as 11 dimensions that they know about. They have no way of observing them, though. They just know about them. So one of those 11 dimensions could be heaven, and it's right here in front of us. We just can't see it. It's in a different realm than we're in, but right here in the same place. So that means angels are floating all around. You just don't know it. That's kind of how I think it works. And it may be that we could observe it if we knew where to look or how to look. And some of the scientific things that we're studying now might be how to look. I don't know. But it's a good way. It's a good thought experiment. Try to wrap your head around it. Rich S says, is tonight okay for shenanigans? Sure. As long as they're tasteful and don't go too far. Absolutely. And Batshit Crazy says, absolute zero is unattainable. I agree. Zero is a concept that we made up to describe the lack of something. It's not an actual number. It doesn't actually exist. No, it's me. I'm not saying one thing and the mods are saying another thing. I'm saying I don't interrupt the mods or direct them in who to ban or tell them how to do their job. And they're telling you that I have the final say in everything that happens in this show, which is correct. And my final say is I don't tell them how to do their job. If they ban you, it's because they saw you do something they didn't like. That's what I'm saying. And that's what they're saying. And we are in agreement. You are a nitpicky, slovenly old man that can't seem to have a conversation with an adult. You understand me? Stop nitpicking. Amanda says,
I don't know where I'm at. I said everyone with a wrench is a mod.
yep, you're at Rich at 936.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Rich. LOL.
John says, hi, Rich. Good to see you. And Linda says, absolutely, Rich. Absolutely. Bring on the shenanigans. And Rich says, hey, John, hey, we got any Star Trek fans in here? I got a question for you if you are. Aaron says, John is just a troll. Jake will get him soon. We had enough of the disruptions. Well, to be fair, under the name It's Me, he has not been a troll. He's just a nitpicky old man that likes to start trouble. But he hasn't been trolling. He has been here for a long time, which is why I haven't kicked him out yet. His buddies, on the other hand, which I assume are the same person because they sound the same and they act the same and they show up at the same time and they're in complete agreement with It's Me, tends to either be he's part of their church or they're all the same person, one or the other. They have done some things that should not be done and have lost all respect that I have to give. And they added another one to them, and they've been bombing my email in private, being even worse than they were on the show. So that ought to tell you, it's jealousy, pure and simple. You get the most flack when you're flying over the target.
And I have an asshole lawyer.
Yeah, and I have screenshots of all the conversations too, so deleting it ain't going to help. And there is a such thing called as libel and slander. I suggest you look into that word and tell your buddies to look into it. Because if I get much more of it, I might have to turn it over to her asshole lawyer. And Rich says, hi, Linda Davis. And Sue says, can you be a chaplain, Jake? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I can be a straight-on pastor. I can be a reverend. I can be a preacher. I choose to not be a preacher. I don't run a church except for this one. And this is a church in the way that Christ says, wherever two or more gathered in my name, there I am also. And in that way, this is a church. It doesn't run like a church. It isn't a 501c3 or anything like that. I am qualified and capable of doing all those things. I do know everything you can learn in a seminary school and more, way more. I can teach seminary school, but I choose not to. I choose to do it this way because this is the easiest way to get the message to the common person. By common, I don't mean layman. I mean not in church. But yes, ma'am, I can be a chaplain. I can marry, bury, baptize, exercise, teach, preach, and, wear funny clothing.
Exorcise the demons.
That being said, I have no desire to attempt exorcism. That's above my pay grade.
Right.
Just because I can do it don't mean I'm gonna. And Amanda says, 9:38.
I have the word from Jake, as I am the head moderator. So as of now, it's up to me.
There you go. Aaron says, Caps is yelling, it's me. I'd advise against not yelling at the host. Yeah, yelling at the host don't help. And Amanda says,
He is, Sue. He's a licensed minister.
but apparently my degree isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Any idiot can print that. That's what I was told anyway.
Yeah, but they can't print that certificate seal.
Or the what do you call it?
The diploma.
You know, the notary.
That's what I'm saying. The certificate seal.
It don't matter. Idiots are gonna idiot. Anybody that's ever heard me talk, and listen, my thesis is plain. My dissertation is on the internet. You can go look it up. There are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of me talking. And that in and of itself is enough to verify, solidify, authenticate any knowledge that you might gain from me. If you can't see it, it's because you're not looking. The authenticity of my intellect is on full display. If you doubt it, that's your problem. Yours to lose. I offer it for free. If you don't want to take it, that's your business. Have a nice day. It's that simple. Sue says, light comes from God. Light is a combination of all colors. Interesting. And John says, I got no education. I learned watching others and listening, as did everyone else. Most of those people with an education don't know their butt from a hole in the ground, unfortunately. They stopped teaching critical thinking in the 1700s, 1800s. Unfortunately. Never let school get in the way of your education, as Mark Twain once said. Amy says, working double time to get her work finished and not watching chat. Amy, that's all right. We got plenty of backup tonight. And Aaron says, John, you are very smart, though. John is very smart. And that's the thing. Education cannot make you smart. I don't know why this argument happens so often. It's almost like if you don't go to the school that they're part of, the elite, then you're not smart. That's what they're saying. That's the argument. Education doesn't make you smart. Education fills your mind mostly with doctrines and disciplines. But it don't make you smart. Smart, you're born that way. You either can think or you can't. You either have a brain or you don't. Now, what you choose to put in it is up to you. How you choose to use it is up to you. If you don't have a brain to think, it doesn't matter how much education you have, you can't think. And there are a lot of linear thinkers out there that cannot think outside of the box. There are some thinkers out there that aren't actually thinking. They're non-player characters. Some of those I've talked to recently. And John says, thank you, Aaron, brother. Thumbs up. Aaron says, I got your back, John. Kevin Bernard, hello, brother. He says, hello, Jake, Amanda, and everyone. Hey, Kevin, how are you? How's your week going? Are you ready for it to be Friday? Because it is. Amanda says,
Hi, Kevin.
Aaron says, Amanda, have you seen Straw? Like Straw or Straw?
It's a movie.
Or the movie Straw? I don't know. Have you?
No.
No, why didn't you say no?
I did say no. Three chats down. We just hadn't made it there yet.
Oh.
You're
You can speak.
You're slow tonight.
You can speak. I am slow tonight. My brain ain't working tonight. I'm tired. And a little grouchy. And I think people are feeling that in the chat, and I apologize for that. I'm grouchy on purpose, though. I don't mean it that way. I'm grouchy because of a purpose. Things have made me grouchy, put it that way. And Sue says, hi, Kevin. Amanda says,
Hi, Kevin.
and
No, Aaron.
I'm just kidding. There's nothing else.
No, John H. says, hi, Kevin. Good to see you, brother.
Linda Davis says, hey, Kevin. Aaron says, it's good. You would like it. It's about a mom. So is Mask. Have you seen Mask? It's not good, and it'll leave you feeling weird, but it's worth watching. Kevin says, hello, Amanda, Sue, and John. And Aaron. How are you, Kevin? Amanda says,
I'll have to check it out, Aaron.
Batshit Crazy agrees. He says, trash degrees often lead to government jobs, criminology education, law, STEM, and business matters. Sometimes. I think you're agreeing with me. You might be saying I'm wrong. Are you saying I'm trash? Or people who think they're smart because of an education are trash? I'm, of course, not referring to doctors and lawyers. I'm referring to those in the debate sphere that like to intellectualize and opine and wax rhapsodic about things they really don't know anything about. Like me, talkers. I'm referring to those people. And Walter Davis says, hey, Kevin. And Aaron says, Sir Kevin. Kevin says, hello, Walter. And Debbie's here. She says, hi, everyone. I was tied up with Kevin, or I would have been here earlier. Kevin, you bad boy. You know you ain't supposed to leave her tied up, man. I know she likes it, but you're supposed to let her go when you're done.
Where's the fun in that? She'd be right there waiting and ready when he comes back.
And Kevin says, hello, Debbie. Aaron says, does it bother you if I call you Sir Kevin? I should have asked. Amy says, hi, Kevin and Debbie. Kevin says, hello, Amy. And Sue says, I can't take penicillin. The one and only time I got it, I couldn't breathe and had to be on a ventilator. So now it's on my medical records as an allergy. You had an anaphylactic shock to penicillin. I'm surprised they didn't give you an EpiPen. That's not good at all. I'm pretty sure I can drink bleach and not die. I don't know. I don't want to try, but I'm pretty sure I can. I don't seem to be allergic to anything except mosquito bites. I whelp up like that when I get bit by a mosquito. Other than that, I don't think I've ever had an allergic reaction. I can hold poison ivy in my hands and rub it on my skin and don't do nothing. Amy says, hi, Rich. And Linda Davis says, Debbie is here. Let the good times roll. Amen, Linda. Amy says.
Me and Amanda says.
Didn't I say that?
No, you said Amy.
Amanda says.
Me too, Sue. I almost died with penicillin. I can't even touch the stuff now.
Aaron says, and the pants, LOL. And the pants roll. The good times and the pants. Amen. Sue says, cheese actually has addictive qualities to it, which is what keeps baby calves coming for milk. I agree. Cheese is delicious. Gotta have my fix, man. Kevin says, hello, Linda. And Walter says, everything is a wavelength from high frequency microwaves to light. Waves are particles, one or the other, depending on what they need to be. I suspect, I don't know this to be true, but I suspect if you look hard enough, you'll discover that that's that way about everything. I suspect that the science as we know it is a very particular way that we observed it at one point in time, and we've just hung on to that ever since. I don't think a whole lot of research has been done since then into the situation, as you don't see people doing scientific experiments to that degree anymore. And I think that more research needs to be done, and I think that they will discover that all things are malleable in that way, because I think this is a universe created by and for our Father for us to live in, and I expect that when it's done, he's going to put it back to the way he designed it originally, which is all in the Bible. And I think that it's true. And if you read the Bible with a scientific mind, there is a lot of science in the Bible. It's just not, it's not framed as science, but it is talking about scientific things, including string theory and all of that. That's all in there too. When we go through it the third time, when we get to the meat, I'll get into those things and we'll talk about it. Amanda says, hi, Debbie. And Amanda says,
hi, Debbie. Did you have fun with Kevin?
Nice. Amy says, Sue, I can relate. I'm allergic to sulfur drugs. I found out the hard way, too. Ugh. And John says, I'm a bit cheesy sometimes. Do you have addictive qualities, John? Debbie says, yes, Amanda. We were texting. Nice. Nice to know somebody's getting it.
Definitely.
Amy says, it ain't going down easy if it ain't cheesy. Right, John? John's like, that's it. I'll be up for the rest of the night. And Sue says, Amy, that woman is funny. Yes, she is. Amy says, yes, she is, Susie. Tamara double chocolate. That must be an inside joke.
I said, right, Amy? We're referring to her, it ain't going down easy if it ain't cheesy comment. And release the Kraken.
One of these days, I'm going to fix that graphic where you can actually see it. That's my head with tentacles.
That's Jake's version of tentacle porn.
Amy says, when I get my overtime check, I'm getting a J tag. Awesome. Congratulations on that. I'll be looking forward to seeing you there with it. And I'm sure it's going to make your name look amazing. Amanda says.
Awesome, Amy.
Amy says, please tap that thumbs up button, everybody. Yes, hit that like button. Subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available. Or hit that Cash App, $ Jake Johnson Band. I appreciate it if you want to. I say if you want to. Yeah. Debbie says, PETA people eating tasty animals. Yep. That's what PETA stands for. Please eat that animal.
PETA, people eating tasty animals.
I like it. I totally didn't connect that the first time. Now I got it now.
Clearly.
Drama, 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 drama. Lady B's here.
8:52.
Thank you. 8:52?
I mean 9:52, sorry.
I was going to say, Jesus, it jumped a lot. All right. From our Star Trek people, I got a question for you. How many years does Captain Kirk have? Amy says Jeffrey Dahmer was kicked out of the nursing home because he ate all vegetables. Gross. Sue says, have you figured it out yet? Have I figured what out yet? Probably. Amy says, figured what out, Sue? It's me says, please don't block me unless you feel the need. Please wait till when we all can learn around the book of James. Thanks. Well, it's me. We are going to all learn around the book of James, and we're going to learn from me, because that's what this channel is about. It's not about you. I will not block you as long as you stay in your lane. When you start coming over into mine, you're creating a hazard. I'm going as fast as I can go towards a direction, and if you get in my way, you're going to cause a wreck. Stay in your lane. That's not a warning. That's not a threat. That's a promise. Stay in your lane. This is not your channel. This is here for you to learn, not teach. I'll help you start your own channel if you want to teach. Keep your ideas out of mine. Sue Wood says, you know, Amy. You know. You know. You know. Amy says, please add context to your comments. Sometimes we switch between many topics and it takes Jake a while to read everyone's comments, but he reads every comment. Thank you, Amy. Aaron says, I think you just signed your ticket. It's me. Jake is the teacher. Well, I said what I had to say and I meant it. Nobody wants to kick you out. You're pushing for that, not me. You know what you're expected to do. It's one thing to have a question. It's another thing to try to usurp authority. You're not going to do that here. This is not your platform. You didn't spend the time to build this platform and reach all of these people and build a relationship with all these people. I did that. I don't need you to teach me anything. You understand? God doesn't make mistakes. If he called you to teach, then go teach. That's what I'm doing. But you don't teach by trying to usurp somebody else's work. I take what I do very seriously. Now, this is a night for relaxing and enjoying each other. It's not a night to argue about the Bible, although it does come up from time to time. You don't seem to know the difference. Learn the difference. I don't want to have to kick you out. But if you keep sticking your foot in your mouth, that's what's going to happen. And Amanda says,
It's me. The next rude or disrespectful comment or the next email that comes in, you and all the others will be blocked completely. And if you are here to be decent and conversate and have a conversation, then fine.
It's me says, now y'all think I'm 3 people on here. That's kind of funny. No, y'all don't think that. I suspect that. I don't think it either. I don't have any proof of it, and I said as much. But you all do kind of say exactly the same thing, and whether you know it or not, even if you are 3 individual people, you're all 3 non-player characters saying the same nonsense, doing the same ridiculous behavior. You are the same person. Whether it's literally or metaphysically. We don't think that. I think that. And that's exactly the kind of bullshit that's going to get you thrown out. Your little snide remarks and your little innuendos about other people trying to niggle your way into different spots. It ain't going to work. Read the room, man. Jesus. And Amanda says,
No, just you and your friends. It's me.
I fully expect that you brought them here. I kind of suspect you're all the same person, or at least some of them are the same person. Amy says, Jake is one of the few podcasters that reads every comment, the only one with this format that I've seen. And it's valuable. It's important. It's necessary. It's a thing this platform is severely lacking in, making the show about you. That's my job, to make the show about you. It is not your job to make the show about you. Do you understand the difference there? Can you see that? You making it all about you is only detracting from everyone else. This may come as a shock to you, it's me. I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but listen very closely to me. The world does not revolve around you. It revolves around me. Make sure you understand that. And Aaron says, peace, it's me. Don't kick him out. Not yet. Let me do that. This is a special one. This is a demon I'll get out. Linda says, can someone clue me in as to why It's Me is stuck on the book of James? Curious minds want to know. Well, I suspect that there are some things in the book of James that he's going to try to use to weaponize against me and why I shouldn't be teaching the Word of God, except for the fact he doesn't understand the difference between circumcision of the heart and circumcision of the body. And he doesn't understand that the reason Paul wrote so many books in the Bible and not James, considering James is the one that took over the ministry after Jesus died, the reason he's but a footnote is because the circumcision of the body is for the Jews. And by Jews, I mean all 12 tribes of Israel. It is not for Gentiles. I am a Gentile. We are under the dispensation of grace. We follow the circumcision of the heart, which means the same rules do not apply. So, in his lack of understanding and his inability to learn, he has completely misjudged the world in which he lives and thinks he is involved in some rules that don't apply to him or me. That's the idea, as far as I can tell. Otherwise, he's been quite tight-lipped about it and won't say what his problem with me is. except for the fact that he accused me of being high one time. And he thinks I might have forgotten about that, but I haven't. Because this might come a shock to him also. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't womanize. I try very hard not to lie and cheat. I try very hard to walk a straight, righteous path. I fail, but I try very hard. His accusations do nothing but bolster the fact that some people are just evil. Or eat up with it. Whether they are or not, it's a different story. Walter says the First Amendment is backed up by the Second Amendment. Correct. You do have the freedom of speech, but you also have the freedom to get your mouth punched in when you say the wrong thing. Amy says, I'm not perfect. I have a crack in my butt. Right? I like that. It's good. Amanda says, LOL, right, Amy? And you can tell, by the way, when I come to this thing with an otherwise charming disposition and we're having a good time, and then one person comes in and then everybody gets tense and a little on edge, and then I start being an asshole, guess what caused that? Wasn't me. Aaron says, I'm looking for the crack in your butt. Hold still. Amanda says,
LOL, I'm dying, Aaron.
It's me says, I don't have friends. You're reaching out for some reason. No, I'm not. I am not reaching out. You are reaching in. And if you think for 1 second that I don't think you know those people, you are incorrect. I don't know whether you sent them here or they happened here because of your information, but you are involved. And if I got that wrong, show me. Amy says, I just realized I haven't eaten today. Well, you need to eat something, lady. Get something in your body. You can't work that hard without some food on your belly. Debbie says, I'm jealous of Jake's shoes. My shoes? I don't have any shoes on. You want my shoes? I'll put them in a box and send them to you. Why are you jealous of my shoes? Amanda says,
I don't really care. It's me, whoever it is. I don't have to reach for anything. I have the controls.
Aaron says, Amy, you got to eat. And Debbie says, protein up, Amy, while Aaron is checking out your crack. I think they call that a 69. Nice. Amanda says,
LOL, Amy. So Aaron looking for your crack reminded you to eat? Wow.
that's called a 77. That's the same thing as a 69. You just get 8 more. It's me says, my point, Amy, when your friends or relatives can overlook inconsistent conversation. What are you talking about? What's inconsistent? There's nothing inconsistent about me. There are literally 1,000 videos of me talking for hours that will draw connection to everything I've ever said and think. My thesis is on display. My dissertation is live. I'm not inconsistent in the slightest. What are you referring to? Stop beating around the bush and spit it out.
I think that one he's referring to Amy not paying attention to what me or Aaron say and her not saying anything about it.
Oh, if that's the case, well, let me enlighten you. It's me. If you know us, then you can get away with things that strangers cannot get away with. It's that way in every social group, including this one. Yes, Rich S or Amy can say something sexual and I will not ban them. You can say the exact same thing sexually and I will ban you. Why? Because I don't know your intentions and there's ladies present. And you're not one of us. I don't mean you literally. I mean as an example. If that's what you're talking about, not only is that retarded, it's also nitpicky. Any social group acts in the same way. The group can do things that outsiders cannot. Once you've been here a while, then you can get away with things like that. A stranger cannot come in here and talk about one of the ladies' boobs, for example. But somebody that's been in here this whole time could. It depends on the context. It also might be rude. It depends on the context. That's not inconsistency, if that's what you're talking about. And that has nothing to do with the book of James. So what are you talking about? Get to the point already. You're not important enough to waste this much of my bandwidth. Sue says, I like that he reads our comments. It makes us feel important to him. You are important to me, Sue. Each and every one of you are. Even the ones that anger me to no end. Because I'm trying to do a thing here. I'm trying to be obedient. I'm not a great man. I'm not even a good man. I've never claimed to be. I'm not trying to be. That's why I'm not wearing a suit and an Armani suit and a Rolex watch. That's why I don't pretend I don't smoke. That's why I tell you everything and don't hide anything. It's because I'm trying to do something here. I'm trying to offer a legitimate, logical way of reading the Bible that does not include dogma and traditions of men and religions. I'm trying to get at the truth of a thing because we're all involved in it, regardless of how we were raised or what our dispositions might be or pre-programming. We're all involved in it. It would behoove us all to understand it. I was led to do that, to make it understandable. That's what I'm trying to do. And you are important to me for that reason. Also, I've made friends with you all. So you're important to me for that reason as well. Aaron says, LOL, I got the protein. And Amy says, the grumbling of my belly reminded me I haven't eaten. I just tell mine to shut up. He ate the same time I did, and you don't hear me complaining about it.
LOL, protein shots for Amy.
Gross. See, that's a double entendre, an innuendo, which most people that have been here a while know how to say something dirty without saying something dirty. You see the difference? That's not inconsistent. That's called class. Aaron says, yep. And Sue says, Amy, eat. And Amanda says,
LOL, Amy.
And Sue says, eat. Now, Amy. You ain't got to yell at her. Amy says, I'll grab something on the way home. Well, stop first. That might hurt if you just reach out and grab something. And Debbie says, now I'm wondering how many shots Aaron has. I would say infinite. Debbie says, Amy, grab something. That sounds dirty. Everything sounds like a nail when you're a hammer. Get it? Again, I'll ask the Star Trek people, how many ears does Captain Kirk have? Amanda says,
LOL, Debbie. The question is, how many shots can Amy take?
oh, that's a different story. And Sue says, the story of creation is happening all the time. Beyond our observation, new things that humans don't create are created all the time. Very true. For example, scientists will talk about the blue shift of the solar systems and stars that are out there. Blue shift is like the Doppler effect, but for color. When something is moving away from you, it tends to have a blue hue. When it's moving towards you, it tends to have a red hue because of the difference of the dilation of the parallax. Anyway, it also could be because there's dust in the way, and light and dust tend to make colors. But I digress. The Bible says 17 times that God stretched out the heavens, and it never says that he stopped. So, yeah, I would say that the heavens are being stretched out to this day. Aaron says she has no cutoff. Ooh. Lady Biker's here. Hello, darling. Hello, darling. Nice to see you. Lady B says, hey, everyone. One of the first ones here tonight. I'm just listening to Jake and read some. I like listening on speakerphone when I get a shower. Nice. I love it when people listen to me naked. We'll be here until the live is over. I love you all. Well, I love you too, Lady Biker, and thank you for being here. Enjoy your shower. No read tonight, though. We're just hanging. Linda Davis says, hi, Lady B. And Rich S says, maybe Aaron can give Amy some protein. I think that's what they're getting at. And Kevin says, who says God didn't spark the Big Bang? No one says that. Matter of fact, the Bible says that he spoke and things existed. That sounds like a sound to me. And Kevin says, hello, Rich. But who says that the Big Bang happened? That's just something that scientists came up with that they have no way of proving. It's just a theory. It's a good theory, but it doesn't make it right. The Bible doesn't speak in theory. It speaks in fact. And it says, God said, let there be, and there was. That's a factual statement, a first article, this thing happened. It's a first-hand account. It's in the first person. God spoke, and it was. So, if you want to call that a Big Bang, that's all right with me. The basic differences is, in the beginning, God is what I believe, and in the beginning, dirt is what they believe. That's the difference. But they're both beliefs. They're both theories. Only my theory is spoken in the oldest document that we have, and it's spoken in the first person. That's not what a science book does. Kevin says, hello, Rich. And Aaron says, Rich, that's the plan. Kevin says, hello, Lady Biker. Lady Biker says, hey, sweetheart Linda, here quietly tonight. Hugs, dear. Smiley face with hearts in the eyes. And Amanda says, she's in the bathroom, so I'll say it for her. Hi, lady. And It's Me says, Linda, I'd love to speak on that, but people want to censor me for my thoughts. I hope I will be allowed. It's me. If you were here, I would smack you on the forehead. No one is censoring you for your thoughts. They are timing you out for your insolence, your insubordination, and your backbiting, sneaky ways, trying to wheedle in between people, trying to assert your authority wherever you can. That's not a censorship. That's a telling you to shut up and listen. No one is censoring you. No one has kicked you out. You're making that harder and harder by the minute. You don't seem to know when you've pushed too far. Shut your mouth. Lady B says, hey, Kevin and Debbie and everyone, hearts and smiley faces. And Debbie says, 8-Ball, does Amy need more protein? 8-Ball says, who knows? Why is that 8-ball? And Sue says, Jake means business. I ain't playing. Lady B says, hey, sweetheart Amanda. I think she's back now so she can answer.
Hi, lady.
Aaron says, Lady B, what's up? Ladina says, the rice milk drink is called horchata. Nice. I have heard of that before. I've never had it. Isn't there also one called kimchata or something like that? Kombucha? That's it. Kombucha, horchata, kombucha. Is that the same kind of thing? I don't really know. And Sue says, yep, that's it, Ladina. I couldn't remember what it was called. Ladina smiles. And Aaron says, Ladina, also sake. Asshole. What'd you say? Asshole. Rich S says, I may have missed it, but I have not seen It's Me say anything of substance. I would love to know if there's anything he's challenging. So would I. That's the problem. Very accusatory, very finger pointy, but no actual substance. It's almost like he's trying to get on my last nerve. He gets some kind of pleasure out of it. Some people can just bring that out of me. I'm usually pretty calm and mild-mannered. Some people just grate me the wrong way immediately. Apparently, he's one of those. Like fingernails on a chalkboard. And don't know when to quit. And can't figure out that somebody's actually trying to be his friend. I don't think he sees it. Ladina says, my daughter loves it. My other daughter makes it for her. Nice. Horchata is not fermented. Is the other one? I don't know. That's why I said I don't know. Aaron says, oh, I see. Not sure on that. Rich says it's me. Apparently not. Linda Davis says, I'm trying to figure out what his goal is also, Rich. I think his goal is to sow discord and cause strife because he's been asked a blue million times what the problem is. He just don't seem to have it in him to say. But there's going to come a point in time where him annoying me is getting in the way of us having a good time together. And I'm going to put a stop to that when it happens. Because there's only so much a person can take. And so I would say, Rich, shit or get off the pot. Sorry, it's me. Shit or get off the pot. I was looking at Rich when I said that. Sorry. And Sue says, I don't need no education. Or education. I don't need no education.
No education.
Me neither, Sue. Amanda says,
Not yet, Rich.
Lydia says, I like Star Trek. I don't know that I could answer the question, though. How many ears does Captain Kirk have? 3. He has the left ear and the right ear and the final front ear. It's Me says it's about all our self-reflections, including mine. Well, see, the problem is it's me. Self-reflection is about you reflecting on yourself. You don't get to reflect on me or force me to. I'll decide when I need self-reflection. You decide when you need self-reflection. Pardon me.
Blowing his brains out again.
Got to come out of every surface. Apparently, I'm reaping what I sowed. Whatever that means. Amanda says.
LOL, Sue.
And Linda says, is rum-chata made with horchata? Interesting question. I don't know what any of these words mean. Amy says, we don't need no education. We don't need no mind control. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. Amy says, we should do a Star Trek trivia night sometime. I would love that. I might put that together just for you, Amy. Maybe we'll do that next Wednesday. But the problem is not everybody here likes Star Trek. Some of us do. I guess if it's all right with the people that don't care for Star Trek, we'll do it. If it's not, then we'll do something that everybody can enjoy. And John says, Pink Floyd, Amy. Nice. It's me says, love you, Amy. Aaron says, Amy, that would be cool. You like Star Trek, Aaron? Kevin says, joke of the night. What do you get when you put 50 politicians in a room with 50 lesbians? I don't know, but that's a good question. I like it. I like where it's going so far. And Sue says, what about Star Wars? I go as a slave Leia. I would pay money to see that. I like Star Wars. I'm not a big fan of Star Wars. I'm a fan of science fiction. Like, trying to describe the difference. Star Wars is not science fiction. Star Wars is science fantasy. And there is a difference. I don't know that I can describe it. But science fiction is based on science. But it's fiction. But it's based on science. Science fantasy, they leave the science part out. It takes place in science fiction areas, like in space and other worlds. But it leans into the fantasy side of things more so than the scientific side. And that's why I've always gravitated towards Star Trek, because their science sounds legitimate. It's not, obviously, but it has the air of believability to it. It's designed in a way that they put thought into it. You know, everything about Star Trek, that there's entire Bibles, books written about Star Trek with all the rules and all of the different details and schematics and blueprints, and whole nine yards. So it feels like science. It's something you could get into, you know, it's something you can learn about and collect details and nerd out on the details. Science fantasy doesn't do that. It's just a story. And whatever needs to be done, they figure out a way to do. They yada yada it, like with magic. There is no magic in Star Trek. Everything is a scientific explanation. Even if it's not right scientifically, it is in that universe. If that makes any sense. And by Star Trek, I mean old Star Trek. I don't mean new Star Trek. That's garbage. Anything from 2009 on is garbage. And every year that passes, it gets worse. Amanda says.
Yes, Amy, live long and prosper.
Debbie says, I'm lewd, crude, and socially unacceptable. I got the social graces of a chainsaw with a cold, dead heart, but not grouchy. I'm all those things and grouchy. But I love you. And you do not have a cold, dead heart. You just got a tiny black heart. But it beats. I can feel it. You just need a who. A you-hoo. Aaron says, Kevin, what's the punchline? Yeah, what do you get when you put 50 politicians in a room with 50 lesbians? Lady Biker says, what did the bra say to the hat? You go on ahead. I'll stay here and hold these two up. Or I'll give these two a lift. Yep. And you go on ahead. I'll give these two a lift. Nice. Kevin says, Aaron, 100 people that don't suck dick. Or don't do dick, rather. I read that wrong the first time. Sorry. Amanda says,
My chat jump.
rolling on the floor, Kevin. And hi, Lady B says, Amy. Lady B says, Kevin, smiley faces. And Sue says, hamburger helper. That was random. Rice Aroni, the San Francisco treat. I see your hamburger helper and I'll raise you a trolley. Aaron says, but they like dill. Lady B says, hey, darling Amanda.
Hi, lady.
Sue says, 847-852. Is that your phone number?
It's our bird's phone number.
939-316. And Kevin says, what do soybeans and dildos have in common? I don't know what. They both make your testosterone go down. Sue says 548-990. Amy says 8675309. And Lady B says, y'all like my joke? It's okay if you don't. Of course we like it. It was hilarious. We just heard it last Wednesday. But it was funny. And Sue says 939-316. Kevin says they're both meat substitutes. Nice. That's a good one. Sue says 945-5922. And Lady B says Kevin. And Sue says 235-731. Amy says, what's with the numbers, Sue? And Rich says, also, I am a Catholic, and there are a few things, at least, that I don't agree with Jake on. However, this is his ministry, and I am not here to disagree, but for what we have in common, respectfully. Thank you, Rich. And that's to be expected. I absolutely teach some things against the Catholics, and I understand that, and I understand why you disagree. However, you give me the courtesy of listening to me and hearing out what I've got to say and weighing what I say to you. Whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant. Because I'm not here to convert you. I'm here to lay out what I think is the truth. And that don't mean I'm right. That just means that that's what I believe is true. And a real man can appreciate that and respect it, even if he disagrees with it. And I thank you for that. So the issue here is not disagreeing with me. That's not the problem. Clearly, that's not the problem. And Kevin says, Lady B, LOL. And Sue says, sorry, water got on my phone screen and it started typing numbers. Nice. Aaron says, LOL, I need to make one and brand it as a not a dude. You need to make one. Make one what? A not a dude? A dildo?
That would be not a dude.
And that also would be one. And John says, must be doing the lottery. Play those numbers, you might get lucky. It might be the Lord trying to tell you something. I don't think it is, but it might be. Amy says, why do lesbians shop at MC Sports? They don't like dicks. Kevin says, LOL. And Rich says, in other words, F off if you came in here to challenge and disrespect this ministry. Thank you, Rich. Amanda says,
Facts, Rich.
well, we've been going a while tonight. It's 11:04. I didn't even realize what time it was.
Mm-hmm.
What's the number?
10:23.
Wow. Got it. Amy says, do unto others as you would have, do unto thyself. As you would do unto thyself. Do unto others as you would do unto thyself. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And Sue says, if you really look into them, PETA kills animals. They have been accused of stealing animals too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, things are rarely like they seem. I have been working on a thesis to write a book on at some point called Everything is Bullshit. And it's very clear that everything is bullshit because the more I look, the worse it gets. And I've been looking for a long time, and I keep finding it. But I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Recycling. Everywhere you go, there are two bins, a recycle bin and a trash bin. In some places, you got one box with two holes in it. Recycling on one side, trash on the other side. But if you open it, there's one trash can in there. And if you follow them to the beach, not the beach, if you follow them to the landfill, it all goes to the same place. There are no facilities that recycle in the United States. There are no places that, or at least very few places, that separate trash and recycle. They burn it or bury it, and very little bit of it, a small amount of it, gets reprocessed into something else. Like they will take some plastics and make other things out of it. But for the most part, they don't. They just can't handle it. It's too much. It's an overflow of garbage. So they just bury it and move on to the next hole. It is a psyop. If you go into some neighborhoods, they will guilt you into recycling. They will tell you you're a bad person if you don't recycle. Yet all you're doing is wasting your time because it don't get recycled. It goes to the same place. Just put it in the trash. It's that simple. But that's one of those things. Like wearing a mask is one of those things. Like the little piece of plexiglass in the convenience stores, or the little stickers on the ground at grocery stores that are 6 feet apart. All bullshit. All things that just people say. Not real. Just because people make up rules don't mean you should follow them. And just because somebody says something does not make it true.
And on that topic, Jake and I were in town the other day, and I seen a sign that said sanitary landfill. Can someone explain to me how a landfill can be sanitary?
Interesting. Lady B says, Jake, please don't let them idiots take one more minute of the joy out of your day or out of your life or out of this live. You are way above the nonsense. We know the truth, and God knows your heart. Thank you, Lady B. I appreciate that. And I had already made the decision to do that, except it keeps coming up. And I have to respond to it because it's in my face. But I am not reacting to it. I have decided to not let them have any of my air beyond talking about the ramifications of it. Rich S says, Kirk, too. Are you talking about Spock? No, I'm talking about Kirk. He has the left ear and the right ear and the final front ear. It's a joke. It's a deadpan joke. You'll get it in the morning. What about it? Spock has pointy ears, though. Sue says, Jake, you're going to be surprised when you figure it out. Probably. What is it? Now I'm curious. Lady B says, hey, Sue. And Ladina says, years of what? Years of what? I don't know what you're referring to, lady. Ladina. Sorry.
Years. She thought you said years, not ears.
How many ears does Captain Kirk have? And Lady B says, hey, Sue. And Sue says, hi, Lady B. And Sue says, you can't just reach people, but you have to maintain them too. Correct. And that is hard to do sometimes. And Debbie says, I'm going to say Captain Kirk has 3 ears. Correct. And Sue says, why? Or WHSY. I don't know what that means. Oh, Sue says, what does the commandment to not use the Lord's name in vain actually mean? That's a good question, Sue. I'm glad you asked. A lot of people think that it is saying God damn or cursing in God's name or saying Jesus H. Christ or something like that. That's not what it means. To take the Lord's name in vain is to claim that he sent you to do a thing that he did not send you to do, or to say that you spoke to God and he told you something that he didn't tell you. When, like if you go listen to modern pastors like Kenneth Copeland or T.D. Jakes or Joel Osteen or some of those guys that teach the seed doctrine, that is clearly not what God says in the Bible. Clearly, it's not even easy to mistake it. They have twisted that into something that is not in the Bible. And that is taking the Lord's name in vain. To take the Lord's name in vain is to do something in the name of God when the name of God has not invoked you to do that thing, right? To claim God when God has nothing to do with you is taking his name in vain. Hope that helps. Sorry. And Sue says, and what about idols? Why isn't the crucifix an idol? It is. It is an idol, and you're not supposed to worship it. Commandment number 1, I am the Lord your God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, period. Commandment number 2 covers idols and sticks and stones and statues and engravings and drawings, pictures. You're not supposed to do that. I don't like crucifixes. That's the one with Christ still on the cross, because my Christ came off of that cross and didn't go back on it. So I don't like that. That being said, we use like the fish as a symbol for Christianity, and we use the cross as a symbol for Christianity, and that's okay to use it as a symbol. It is not okay to worship it. We do not worship idols of any kind, even a picture of Christ. You don't kneel and worship that. If you kneel, You kneel to Christ himself. You don't kneel to a picture of him or to a statue of him. Don't do that. Those are great questions, Sue, and also a bone of contention in many religions, which is why I'm against religions. All religions are slivers of the truth. They are a person or a group's opinion of what they think the truth is or what it means. But there is a black and white truth that underlies all of it. That's what I'm getting at. And Amanda says,
You shouldn't idolize anything but God. If you have a crucifixion, it is okay as long as you don't worship it.
right, don't worship or pray to any idol or anything other than God. And you pray to God, period. You don't pray to Jesus. You pray in Jesus' name. Remember, Jesus is God, but he was on this earth as a man. He lived as a man and he died as a man. It's his spirit that went on to do the things that needed to be done. So don't pray to Jesus, pray in his name. That is a qualification to the prayer, not the person you're praying to. In fact, Jesus was asked this very thing by one of the Pharisees. How do you pray? That's very simple. This is what Jesus said. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. That's how you pray. That's what you pray for, or something like that. Notice what is not in that prayer. Sue says Jews actually don't want Gentiles to convert because Jews have more responsibilities to live by for God. Well, Jews are special. They're chosen to be set apart. They're supposed to be peculiar and different than everybody else. And what they think is kind of irrelevant. That's kind of why they're in the situation that they're in, is because they keep being hard-headed and stiff-necked. God gave them a direction and a path, and they refused it every step of the way. Gentiles, though, are here, and Christ, when he was here, made the decision to include them by adopting them into the family. So it really doesn't matter what the Jews think on the subject. If you accept Christ as your Savior, and you believe that he died for your sins and that he is the Son of God, then you are saved under his grace. Doesn't matter if they accept it or not. It's me with his never-ending ability to not shut his mouth. Says, please don't be a mind reader now, Jake. I'm not a mind reader, nor have I claimed to be. What are you talking about? Can't read minds. I was asked a question and I answered it to the best of my ability. If you don't like my answer, fill me in, jackass. Because it's your inability to answer the question that caused me to surmise my answer to the question. Amanda?
That's worshiping a false god. And yes, Aaron, you talked about the... Yes, Aaron, and they talked about the book of James, too. Very sus.
Sue says, Amanda, I've seen people pray to a crucifix. They kneel before it and rub it in their hands, and they are worshiping a false idol when they do that. Aaron says, didn't the email also accuse Jake of being high? That kind of seems suspicious. Yes, they accused me of quite a few things. Among that being a grifter and a con man and a fake prophet, a false teacher. They attacked my character. They attacked my faith. They attacked my sobriety. They attacked every part of me. They even talked about my parents, which are both dead. So they spoke ill of the dead. And they talked about a few of you. So imagine that. That sounds like a real Christian behavior, doesn't it? And they brought up exactly the same thing that It's Me brings up. So either he's in on it or it's an amazing coincidence. And Linda says, I'm falling asleep. I'm going to say good night. I love all in chat. Linda, get you some rest, honey. We love you. And thank you for being here and putting up with my ranting tonight. I promise I ain't always like that. But we love you and have a good night. And Lady B says, Amanda, would you please tell me who is upsetting Jake so I can block them? My life is about peace and relaxation at night. Aw. It's no big thing, and I am peaceful. I'm just matter of fact about what I'm stating. And this doesn't reflect on any of you guys. Please don't take it that way. Aw. Debbie says, I'm jealous of your shoes because they get to hug your feet. Oh, that's so sweet, Debbie. Well, I love you. And you can hug my chest. You don't have to hug my feet. Or my neck, however they do that. The hug thingy. I'm a big hugger anyway. I don't do that patty thing. And Sue says, I don't understand how that doesn't make a crucifix an idol then. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just having a discussion. Nobody thinks you're being disrespectful, and that is an idol. A crucifix is an idol. What I'm saying is it's all right to own a crucifix, but you can't worship it. It is not to be worshipped. If you worship it, then you're worshiping an idol. And that's absolutely correct. It's okay to have one. Like it's okay to have a picture of Christ on your wall. But don't pray to it. It's just a picture. It's not Christ. That would be like having a picture of your daughter on the wall. Somebody you know, somebody you love, somebody you want to remember, that's fine. But don't sit there and pray to it or look up to it and bow and all that stuff. The only person you bow to is God. But nobody thinks you're being disrespectful by any means. And Amanda says,
Night, Linda.
And Lady B says, good night, Linda. And It's Me says, oh, when I referred to about being in the mood, playing guitar, I remember too. What? What are you talking about? It's me. You are reaching, son. This is a conversation that's been over a long time ago. Stop reaching. It's not helping. Either say what you got to say or stop poking. All you're doing is disrupting the class. And nobody likes it. So stop. Notice that nobody is leaping to your defense here. There's a reason for that. And Amanda says,
Lady, it's me is who we're talking about.
And Lady B says, no, ℂ𝕠𝕝, Amanda, it's folks just not sure. What do you mean, Lady B? Aaron says, it was the summer of 69. It was the best day of my life. I wish I could sing Bryan Adams. I can't hit that note for nobody's business right now.
Isn't that Don Henley?
I think it's Bryan Adams. I might be wrong. If it ain't Bryan Adams, he's got one just like it. It might be Don Henley now that you mention it. My first reaction was Bryan Adams. So there's something in there somewhere.
Oh, you're right. It's Bryan Adams.
There you go.
My bad.
John H. says, good night, Linda. Heart. And Sue says, you can talk about my books. All right. What books? Do you have books? What books are you referring to? I would love to talk about your books, but I got to know which ones we're talking about.
She doesn't mean books.
Oh, boobs. Oh. Thank you. Amy says, she's jealous of your shoes. It's a foot fetish joke. And Debbie says, I'm so old, my boobs are now nuts. Damn. Come on. And roll them up.
1, 2, 3, over the shoulder kick.
You need one of them over-the-shoulder boulder holders then, don't you? And Sue says, books, boobs. Rich says, Sue, they are praying to God. The crucifix helps them reflect on the suffering that Jesus endured and how he died so that we may live. It's a meditation aid of a sort. I understand that, but praying to an object is praying to an object. And the commandment number 2 says don't do that. So I'm going to err on the side of caution and not do that. I feel the same way about the rosary beads. If you are saying a prayer while touching an object, you are in effect praying with that object. Bible doesn't require that. Nowhere in the Bible does it say anything close to that. Matter of fact, it says the exact opposite. Don't do that. So I'm going to stick with the Bible and not do that. I understand where you're coming from, and you can believe that. But that's not what the Bible says. Just so we're clear. And Sue says, boobs. I understood. You have lovely boobs from what I've seen. Granted, I've only seen the top of them. Rich says, if they were looking up at the sky, they aren't worshiping the clouds. Make sense? No, because the sky is above them, and they're looking beyond that to heaven. A crucifix, however, is an idol that was created out of an object, created out of stone or metal or wood, that you hold in your hand with the express purpose of praying to it. It's not a one-to-one comparison. It's apples and oranges. But I do get what you're saying. And I also understand that your faith is predicated on that behavior, and I'm not disagreeing with you. If that's the way you feel like you need to connect with God, then you do that. I won't judge you. But to be clear, the question was asked, is that praying to an idol? And according to the Bible, it is. And I teach Bible, not faith, and not religion. So whatever's in the Catholic faith or religion, I'm not teaching that. If that's what you believe, then that's fine. Or rather, that's between you and God. Amy says, boobs. April Rain's here. She says, hi, Jake, much love. Hey. She says, well said. You are a blessing to me and many, many more. I added a many, but thank you. And I love you and God bless us all. Thank you, April. And you're a blessing to me too. As are all of you. And I count those blessings every day. I am a very blessed man. If I am a false prophet or reaping what I sow, God is doing a bad job of punishing me because I am very blessed. And I feel it every day. And Debbie says, I do not have a foot fetish, Amy. Ha ha ha.
Her couch says otherwise.
Couch cushions. Lady B says, Rich, you are smart too. Absolutely. Amanda says, hi, Amy. Hi, April. Amanda, you say that.
Hi, April.
I'm confusing myself. Aaron says, those are real nice, Amy. The boobs. Real nice boobs you got there, ma'am. April says, hi, everybody. Much love, heart. Hello, darling. John says, hi, April. So good to see you, heart. And Rich says, in my humble opinion, and those much smarter than that come before me. Those much smarter that come before me. Understood, and that's fine. I'm not questioning your faith or your belief system. I'm answering a question about what the Bible says, and it clearly says what I said it said. And I'm not trying to disrespect your faith at all. April says, mwah, give me a kiss, XOXO. But when you put it that way, mwah. And Lady B says, hey, April, hugs and smiley face with breasticles. Aaron says, Firehead returns. Sue says, Rich, so it's like the strand of 108 beads in Eastern religious or special religious clothing like the kippah in Judaism. And Amy says, old lady boobs. You might need to use the brackets for that. It's the only thing long enough to. The Lady B says, I like it, Rich. And April says, LOL, Aaron, hugs. Smiley face with breasticles. Good to see you. And hello, John, Rich, Amy, Sue, Debbie, Lady, Amanda, and Jake. Linda, hugs and love. Hearts and hearts. Aaron says, I can dig it, old lady. Right on. You look pretty good for an old lady. Amy says, hi, April. And Lady B says, Amy, smiley, smiley. And April says, you got that right, haha. LOL. Ladina says, ears? I thought you said years. I am Southern and I do have marbles in my mouth. I apologize, but I did say ears. And Sue says, Jake, have you heard about the God particle? I have. I've done a lot of research into the CERN Hadron particle accelerator and the different things that they've studied there, including the Higgs boson, which is the God particle that they claim. They are not correct, but it is interesting that they found it, or the quark nuons, or whatever it is they're looking at. They are learning more about how particles and atoms are built and how the quantum levels of the universe are put together. The problem with our universe, though, is no matter how deep you look, when you think you can't go no further, we develop new technology, and then all of a sudden there's a whole universe below that that we didn't know was there before, and it keeps going. Same thing when you go into the macro. They thought that they'd seen the edge of space with the radiation halo on the outskirts of space until this new telescope they just put up, and there's millions of solar systems out beyond that and galaxies out beyond that they didn't even know were there. They couldn't see it before, and it just keeps going in both directions, macro and micro. So what they are recently calling the God particle is just another link in the chain, as it were, and they're continuing to delve deeper. They haven't found the answer to all things yet. I suspect when all of those scientists climbing with all their might to get to the top of the mountain, when they finally reach the summit and they clasp one hand weak and weary over the top of the summit and pull their head up above the edge, they will see sitting there on a chair with a Bible a theologian that's been there the whole time. That's what I suspect will happen. April says, the bird. Yeah, the bird says the bird is a word. Yeah, the bird, yeah, the bird is a word. The bird is a word. And Sue says, my bird, free bird. People always ask me when I go out and play free bird. And I go, it's on the house. April says, LOL, I'm playing, Sue. Much love, heart. And Sue says, my bird isn't near me. She's screaming. That's not good. A screaming bird. I mean, if you're British, it can be nice. Aaron says, I'm about to clean this RV when this is done. It's a wreck. I hear you, buddy. I'm about to go to bed when I finally get to the bottom of chat, which I may never reach. But that's all right. I love you guys, and I'm in it to win it. So, moving on. Amanda says, LOL, Aaron. Amanda says,
LOL, Aaron, slacker.
get up and clean that truck. Clean your room. And don't be a lobster. Jordan Peterson joke. I'm not a good impersonator. April says, I understand totally. I've got to clean too, LOL. And Debbie says, Aaron is a dirty boy. Dirty boy. Rich S says, Sue, not really the same as the crucifix. The 𝕂𝕕𝕚𝕝𝕝𝕝 is more of a symbol of humility, and the beads is a representation of the sacred number, but not Christians. But not Christian. Aaron says, it's really bad. A man of my caliber should know better. Right on. You got to get up and clean. And Sue says, I love when science explains the physical and religion explains the same thing beyond the physical. As do I, and it often does. In fact, most of the things that science discovers when they finally get to a consensus and they've discovered the thing, they discovered that it was in the Bible all along. Most of the time. And they, being the scientific community, bend over backwards, go way out of their way to not say God. It's actually kind of funny to listen to them talk. A lot of gymnastics to not give God the credit. Aaron says, April's sadness is real. I promise to clean if you do. Amen. Always have a partner. The buddy system works. And Sue says, Rich, both are used to remind a person of things above them, just like the crucifix. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, that's fine. As long as you're not worshiping it, you're good. Aaron says, I went to Walmart and didn't get anything sweet. That's weird. I always got to have a little something sweet. And April says, oh, I know it's real. I cry every day. It's been cleaning my upper respiratory tract pretty good, LOL. I hear you there. I'd love to have some of that going on. Maybe I need to cry.
That can be arranged.
You think? Amy says, a guy goes to his doctor and says, you got to help me down there. And the doc looks at it and says, oh my God, what have you been doing? It's bright orange. And the guy says, nothing, doc. I don't go on dates. or anything. I just sit around at home watching porn and eating Cheetos. Oh, he's doing something. Lady B says, Aaron, I bet you enjoy your RV. That's a good joke. Cheeto dust. And Sue says, BJ, ℂ𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 You got it. And April says, how do you ask for 8-ball a question? Exclamation point, 8-ball. And then space, and then ask the question. Just write exclamation point, 8-ball. And Aaron says, Lady B, for the most part, but I wish I had it on land. Are you living in a boat? Is your RV a boat?
Had its own land.
Oh, you wish you had your own yard. Got it. And April says, Amy. Good gracious. And Sue says, that's my bird. She flew onto me. Hello, bird. Are you free? And Amanda says, exclamation and 8-ball together. And asks the question, April. Aaron says, Amy lets me lick her Cheeto fingers. Gross. I like it. Amanda says,
I'm going to leave that one alone, Aaron.
April says, I don't know what just happened, LOL. Something. Amy says, read the entire joke, Aaron. Yeah, you might not want to be licking those fingers. And Debbie says, Aaron is going to get me in trouble. And Aaron says, that's what she said, LOL, the next morning. Lady Biker says, oh, you will eventually, Aaron. Ladina says, no, kombucha is not at all like horchata. Horchata is sweet and kombucha is fermented and not in a good way. It's yucky. I've never had either one. I don't like to drink or eat things I don't recognize or can't pronounce. And Sue says, nah. April says, hi, Amy. Cheetos. Amanda says,
that's what I was thinking, Amy. If you're watching porn and eating Cheetos, I'm thinking the cheese isn't on her fingers.
Aaron says, Ladina, you know the place that I dated a girl that was from there and made homemade. You know the place that's from. I dated a girl from there and she made it homemade. And Sue says, Ladina, kombucha is an acquired taste. I like it. Again, I've never tasted it. I only learned about it because I listened to people talk, and L.A. is full of people that drink that stuff, and podcasts started in L.A. So, like listening to Joe Rogan, it's come up a few times. Amy says, LOL. And Sue and Ladina, I've never had it either. Aaron says, it's excellent. And Sue says, Amy, you need to try horchata. It's so good. Aaron says, the Haitian version is similar. It's cream mass. Yeah. I'd probably like it. I don't know. Aaron says, April says, ℂ𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚. Charades, yay. Charades?
That was when we were talking about movie trivia.
Oh,
Yeah, that's how far behind you are.
wow. Sue says, smiley face. Amy says, y'all, I'm clocked out. 13-day stretch is done. You did it. You made it, and you did a good job. Aren't you proud of yourself? I'm proud of you. I think you did a great job. Aaron says, I have nerve in my back acting up, and I'm afraid because my legs and feet have randomly been going numb. Welcome to my world, buddy. If I was you, I would go see a doctor or a chiropractor and get that worked out immediately. I live with that. My hands are going numb as we speak. It's not a good thing, and it don't get better. So if you can get it fixed, get it fixed. Don't let it sit. Ladina says, kombucha certainly is an acquired taste. Supposed to be good for you, though. I've heard that. It puts it messes with your gut biome. It puts I can't think of the word. I'm gonna say bacteria, but that's not the word I'm looking for. In your gut, and it helps with the flora in your gut. Makes you digest better and improve your mood and things like that. And Amanda says,
My chat jumped. Where are you at?
10:57. Sue says, yay, Amy.
Woohoo! Congrats, Amy.
Right on. And Sue says, it's getting late. I know. I'm trying to get to the end so I can go to bed. And John says, fantastic, Amy. Now you can relax. Yay. Thumbs up. Amy says, sciatic nerve, Aaron. Maybe. Mine is my neck. It's in my neck. If you twist a towel, if you wring a towel out, that's what my x-ray looks like, right in my neck there. Like my neck's twisted all up. Ladina says, I love the original Star Trek. Me too. But I think Next Generation was good too. So do I. It was good. But the original Trek, that's my Trek. Everything after that was trying to be that again, you know. I wish they would have kept it going, but they didn't. They spent the entire time throughout all these years trying to do anything opposite of what Gene Roddenberry put together. They fought him every step of the way. In fact, they pushed him out of it, and he wasn't even really involved in the last few movies and such. Right on up till his death, they had just basically pushed him out and just gave him a credit. All the while being upset because they can't make the money that the original was pulling in, because they can't make Trek as good as it was back then. But they refused to make it like he created it. So I think they got it coming. And April says, you're the WB singing alien off Spaceballs, Jake. I am. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtop gal. Amy says, driving while listening. And Sue says, drink wild livers. I like it. Don't walk lightly. Doves wander listfully. Lady B says, okay, can somebody help me? I need advice. Sure. I am sleepy. It's been a long day, but I'm also craving sun chips with 0 sugar Coke. How do y'all stop night cravings? I am torn. Well, the only way is by self-control. You have to just not give in to the cravings. That's the only way to stop them. They will eventually go away. Of course, there is the alternative. You could eat some sun chips and have a zero Coke.
I was gonna say that advice coming from the person who eats oatmeal cream pies in the middle of the night because he's craving something.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with it. I'm not trying to avoid the craving. If I were, I wouldn't eat them. Ladina says Voyager and Deep Space Nine was okay. I can't get into anything after those. Yeah, I had trouble with both of those being a little bit long-winded. They were good shows, but they just didn't hold my interest. I guess because they were, I don't know, more dramatic on the Deep Space Nine and more feminine on the Voyager. It just didn't feel the same to me, and I just couldn't get into the stories as well. I was captivated with the TOS. I watched every episode 100 times, you know. It used to come on like a marathon once a year and play all 99 episodes back to back, and I would always try to stay up for 3 days and watch it. Never did make it to the end, but I did it in sections, so I got to see all of them. And then they came out with the DVDs, and I bought those and all that stuff. I did watch The Next Generation, and I watched Enterprise, and I liked that all right. It was a little bit long, too, but it was more enjoyable than Deep Space Nine or Voyager, so I got into that. But that was it. After that, they killed it. All of the new Trek, I've watched everything that's come out since 2009. It's all garbage. Every bit of it. Some of it downright made me angry. Like Discovery and Picard. And now they're threatening to remake the original series with a new cast. And I hope they don't. I hope they don't destroy it. Amy says, LOL, driving while listening. Or doing wicked laundry. I had a brain fart there. April says, in other space news, just got the word Pizza the Hut ate himself to death. Spaceballs, are you ever going to ask 8-Ball a question? Amanda says, eat a fruit or a vegetable or a small piece of candy, lady. Yeah, you can satiate that craving with something other than what you're craving, but I don't see why a little bit of sun chips is going to hurt you. And a zero Coke, ain't nothing in it to hurt you. Might as well. Or just drink a glass of water and go back to bed. John H. says, I'm going to say goodnight, all. You lovely people. Going to do 50-mile bike ride. Enjoy that bike ride, John. We love you, buddy. Get some rest. We'll see you next time. Amanda says, night-night, Nugget. And Lady B says, will do. Thank you, Amanda. April says, love you, John. Be safe. Heart with herpes. A smiley face with herpes and hearts. And Debbie says, I eat what I am craving. Anytime your snack sounds salty, so your body might want the sodium. That makes sense. Lady B says, proud of you, John. I wish I was on mine. Where are you headed? And Sue says, I'm Jewish. I don't agree with everything, but you have to give respect to earn respect. That's right, Sue. And again, I'm not trying to convert you. We're just having a discussion about what I think is true. That's all. Whether I'm right or wrong is irrelevant. And if what I think helps you, then that's good. If it doesn't, no harm, no foul. I'm not going to hurt you, though. And ain't nothing wrong with being Jewish. Except for, I would encourage you to read why God was so hard on the Jewish people. And maybe not make that same mistake. I don't know that you are. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying pay attention to that part. but you are entitled to your beliefs, as am I. And I can be your friend without agreeing with your belief system. But if you want to understand what the Bible says, you've come to the right place. Whatever religion you follow, I will tell you what's in the Bible to the best of my ability. And that's the only thing I'm trying to accomplish here. Aaron says, Debbie, craving salty taste. Debbie is craving something salty. And I know just the thing. Lady B says, Debbie, I agree. You remember I had a serious pickle problem. It's me, says, kind of funny. Jake mentioned maybe I could be a mod. I never mentioned that. About 10 months ago, when I was a good guy. Oh, Jake said I was a smart too. I never said you weren't smart. And I never said you were going to be a mod. You may have asked me if you could be a mod, and I may have said stick around and you might end up being one. But I didn't say you were going to be one. And what does that have to do with the price of tea in China or anything we're talking about tonight? What's the number?
1104.
Chat jumped again. By half.
Well, I think it's me anyway. Debbie, Aaron has salty protein for you.
Lady B says, I think a lot of mine is bored and lonely, if that makes sense. It makes perfect sense. A lot of times food takes the place of other activities. A lot of times. You can curb that, though. You can direct that energy into something else. Debbie says, I do crave salt. Maybe it's time to get a little salt. Amanda says, definitely, lady. You can chew on straws, too. April says, it's me. How are you? Hugs and love. And Aaron says, you got to get a salt lick, Debbie.
I had to read that one twice when it was posted.
You got to get a salt lick?
Yeah, that's not what I thought it said at first.
The salt lick's name is Aaron.
Well, clearly, but that is not what I thought that sentence said when I first glanced at it.
Sue says, gobble, gobble, gobble. April says, It's me, says, hi, April, love you. I got in trouble with a mod. You got in trouble because you're running your mouth and you're still doing it. Stop it. Lady B says, I used to crave and love Little Debbie Swiss rolls. Yeets. Years ago, until I realized Little Debbie's are fake food with a lot of chemicals. Yes, they are. I like the oatmeal cream pies myself. And they're not good for you at all. In fact, oatmeal is not good for you at all. It's not good for your digestive system. The only thing it does is fill you up. You don't get anything out of it. It's not good to eat. But I like it. Lady B says, I used to eat Swiss rolls after going in the fridge until you put them in the fridge until they're good and cold. Yep. Sometimes I'll get those nutty bars and put them in the refrigerator. I like that all right, too. That's like eating a wafer. Aaron says, it's me. You got in trouble with Jake and Amanda, the people that run the show. Stop lying. Sue says, most things we think are recyclable actually aren't. Exactly. I don't think anything is. I think it all goes to the landfill. I think they have special facilities that collect special things to recycle. Everything else just goes to the landfill. Sometimes we sell it to China and it goes over there, or India and it goes over there. I think we ought to use some of this technology and start sending rocket ships of trash to the sun. That'll give it more fuel, make it last longer, and we'll get rid of trash permanently. There you go, Elon. We wouldn't even need to use rockets. We could use the ocean and pressurize the water and shoot it into outer space on a trajectory to the sun with water pressure. April says, "Oh, where was I?" Well, you're back now. Everything's all right. And don't call me Shirley. And Debbie says, "Lady B, I used to put the Swiss rolls in the freezer." Right on. April says, "Y'all are making me want to go eat. I'm hungry now." We were talking about steak a minute ago. An hour ago. It is now midnight. I don't think I'm going to make it to the bottom of the chat.
Getting there, just read faster.
Sue says, "Yep, I saw through all that BS from the start." Aaron says, "April, you need ice cream." And Debbie says, I'm snacking on ginger snaps. They're making my nose run." Nice. Ginger snaps are good for you. Lady B says, "Yep, Debbie, I would unroll them and have it with cold milk. I miss eating them." I've never unrolled them, but I have got those pinwheels, the cinnamon rolls, and I like to unroll them and get down to the little center that's soft. It's my favorite part. April says, that's right. That's right on, Amanda. People need to see the truth above and beyond, educate, and see what is happening in the world. It's me, says April. Are you still singing? And Sue Wood says, "Jake, I've given subtle hints tonight. I caught them." And April says, "Yes, ice cream sounds so awesome. Yummy." And John says, "You should try Arctic roll, Swiss roll with ice cream in the middle. That actually sounds good." Who makes that? Is that a Little Debbie thing? Like those Butterfinger ice cream bars or Heath ice cream bars? Is it that kind of thing? Aaron says, "Well, time to get some." Right on. And Debbie says, "Lady B, make your own Jiffy chocolate cake, bake in a cookie sheet, make buttercream frosting, and frost it and roll it and pour melted chocolate on top." That's not a bad idea. That'd be a lot healthier than the Little Debbie. April says, "I sing. I just haven't put on any shows in a long time. I miss it. I think I should start that again." Use it while you still got it, honey, because it will leave fast. Trust me, I know. Lady B says, "Sounds good, John. I can't eat those chemical Swiss rolls anymore. Ice cream sounds good." And Lady B says, "Sounds good, Debbie." Aaron says, "April, when you going to show me Lakeland?" April says, "OMG, Debbie, I can see it. Yummy." April says, "Lakeland, LOL. There isn't much to show anymore. Nothing like area you live at." It's me says, "Keep the chops up, April." And Amanda says, "LOL, Aaron."
You don't want her to show you around Lakeland. She gets lost so easy. She's been there all of her life. LOL.
April says, "It's me always." And LOL Amanda, ha ha. Amanda says,
Fact check true.
Aaron says, then we go in circles for hours. Oh, I think that's the point anyway, isn't it? Lady B says, Arctic roll, John? Elaborate. Tell us a little more about that Arctic roll, Swiss roll. April says, amen, Jake. Yes, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. And Debbie says, you have to tell me, then draw me a map, and then you might as well take me because I'm going to get lost if you don't.
That's April. I was even telling her where to turn, and she still didn't turn and got lost.
I've seen her getting lost going to the bathroom at her house. She ended up in Texas. I don't know how she did that. Amanda says,
Yes, Aaron, I know firsthand. I rode with her. She can have the GPS on and still get lost in the town she grew up in.
April says, I'm laughing so hard, Amanda, stop. Aaron says, that could be a fun time. It could be.
LOL, well, Aaron, make sure your GPS is working good so you can find your way out.
And April says, oh, that's so true. My face hurts now. OMG. And John says, right. Lyrica cycling shorts. Lycra cycling shorts on a good night again. Is that spandex? That's what we call it, spandex.
Yes.
And Sue says, actually. Aaron says, all good. We would get out. Amen to that. April says, Lakeland isn't hard to find your way out of.
Night Nugget.
Thank you, Debbie. Funny. I just got another email from James. Imagine that. Almost like we were talking about it.
They gonna keep it up.
I know.
They're not gonna like the lawyer situation.
I know. And I've screenshotted every one of them, so deleting it ain't gonna help. And I've got the IP addresses. But I warned them. They don't listen. Amanda says,
LOL, says the one who gets lost going to the corner store, which you could see from her house.
Aaron says, April, I've been. And Amanda says, that's the one you said. And Sue says, Jews believe that is what Gentiles should believe, but it's not for Jews. I hear you. Lady B says, can you wear a diamond cross, Jake? Yeah, sure. Can't worship it, though. The cross is just an artifact, a jewelry. That's fine. The problem is people put power in objects, and that's not what God wants. Sorry, my voice is crapping out on me.
And yes, lady, you can use it to show that you're a Christian. Just don't kiss it or hold it. Pray to it.
Right. And Aaron says, hey, April, are you up and around? And Debbie says, Amanda should have told Lady B, no, get rid of it, and then she could have given it to me. And thanks, Amanda, for the lost opportunity. And Sue says, Hindus do that. They believe their statues actually have their gods in them. I went to a Hindu service once and talked to a guru at the temple who explained it to me. Yeah, they're fascinating. I've done a little bit of studying in the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas, and there's some interesting things there. And also, part of what actually happened. That's the thing that most people don't understand, that all religions come from a singular source. And they all are, depending on how you're looking at a situation or what part of the world you're in when it occurs, it's their version of events, plus history and time and legend and all of that added onto it, that make all the religions in the world, but they're all talking about the same events. And it's because those events happened. Only one of them is the correct narrative, though. And it also is covered with lots of time and history and legend and things like that on top of it. And it takes a little bit of doing to unravel it all. April says, I don't know nothing. And Rich says, well, an idol and an icon are not the same thing. No one should ever idolize anything or anyone other than God, correct. An aid like a crucifix is just something we fixate on to bring us closer to him and God. Well, take that word fixate and ask yourself what that means. And also ask yourself why you need an aid to talk to God who is right there for you to talk to. I don't know why you would need that. That seems like extra work when all you got to do is talk to God. He's right there. And thanks to Jesus, you can talk to him. But what do you mean by fixate and icon? Those words have meanings. Words have meanings. What do they mean? What does crucifix mean, by the way? And what are you saying when you're praying with a crucifix? What is the imagery invoking? Amanda says, LOL, Debbie. And Rich says, good night, gang. I love you all. Rich, God bless you, my friend. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the discourse. It's actually helpful. You see, in a lesser place, if we have different religions, we might not be able to relate to one another and share conversation. But in this place, I find that valuable because other people are listening and they may have questions. And by us discussing these things, we satiate those questions. So all discourse is good discourse, in my opinion. And Sue says, I like to experience other cultures, and the homemade vegetarian Indian food was delicious. They got some food now. Amanda says, night, Rich. And what it is says, you still rocking the live? Yes, sir. How you doing tonight? I am trying to get to the bottom of it, but I'm still here. Amanda says, hi, what it is? April says, Rich, much love, hugs, and kisses. And what it is says, hello, Untethered Live. Nice to see you, what it is. Aaron says, oh, Rich got some kisses. And Sue says, Jake, if you know where to look, you could see more. Well, if you know where to look, you can send me a link. And April says, sweet dreams, God bless. And Sue says, I like to know different perspectives. Me too. That's one of the reasons I'm as knowledgeable as I am, because I went down those rabbit holes because I didn't stick in one lane. I understood at a very early age that there was more to the story than what my local church was telling me. So I went digging. and I went through the gambit of religions and occult and all of that stuff, and I came to the knowledge that I have. I think that's important. I think that if you miss out on the world, you miss out on the whole story. April says, makes sense, Jake. He's just now getting to my messages, LOL. Yep, I'm getting close to the bottom and close to losing my voice. Aaron says, God bless you, April. And what it is says, I believe that good ordinary direction can't hurt. True. Good orderly direction can't hurt. That is a fact. April says, that's all right. Dedicated. I love it. And Sue says, it's late. It is late. Kevin says, I'm falling asleep. I'm going to call it a night. Good night, everyone. Kevin, thank you, brother. God bless and good night. I'm not far behind you. I'm trying to get to the bottom. I don't know that I'm going to make it. And Debbie says, oh, goodness, Lord, have mercy. I'm almost there. Those black socks make me swoon. There you go. Just for you. What it is says, shoe. Put your shoes back on, Jake. I never had them on in the first place. April says, good night, Kevin Love. Sweet dreams. Aaron says, it's dry here. It rained about an hour ago. I sent it to you. You sent what to who? Did I miss something? Oh. Sent the rain to April. Got it. Amanda says, Jake's feet don't stink, surprisingly. Yeah, I don't stink. I smell good. I smell like a man, but I smell good. And April says, how's the puppy doing, y'all? Tribble. Good. She's growing like a ragweed. She's down there chewing on a little something I got her that's made out of pork. It's not a bone, but it's shaped like a bone, kind of. I got her that because she was chewing on all the stuff in the house.
It's a rawhide.
Rawhide. That's what it is. Aaron says, Amanda, did you know it has to do with the type of socks or insoles? No, some people's feet just stink. I don't. I don't have body odor. I don't know why. I just don't. Even when I sweat a lot, it smells like sweat, but it don't stink. Some people, when they take their shoes off, it'll knock you out, make you leave the room. Not me. You can't even tell I took my shoes off. And I wear work boots. I just don't have a body odor. I guess you could say my shit don't stink. I think my shit don't stink anyway. Amanda says,
she's a rotten brat, April. And Jake just feeds right into it. He's made her even more rotten.
oh, come on now. She's a puppy.
What if she is over a puppy?
She's a puppy. She's a sweet, innocent puppy. She needs love.
She is not innocent. Way far from that.
And Sue says, is Jake trying to catch up before saying goodnight? Yes, ma'am. April says, LOL, I figured that much. What it is says, I'm just spiritual. I got reintroduced to God 27 years ago. As am I. What it is, I don't claim a religion. I am untethered, which is hence the name, UntetheredLive. I do not claim any religion. I don't think that's the way to go. I think there is a black and white truth, and I'm trying to find that truth in the world, just like everybody else is. Amanda says.
Yes, he'll go to the bottom of the chat.
And Aaron says, yep, when he gets to the bottom, he'll say good night. And Sue says, Amanda, but we keep chatting. Now you see my dilemma. Microcosms says what it is.
And it will stop or slow down enough, and he will catch up.
Eventually. April says, LOL. Hit that like button, everybody. Jake's working hard for his money. Hit that Cash App $Jake Johnson Band, too, if you don't mind. Subscribe, share, and support. Thank you, ma'am. Debbie says, the Tennessee Bird Walk is the best bird song. I don't think I've heard that. Maybe I have. However, I might have to quit early if my voice goes out. And it feels like it's going to, but I'm trying. Lady B says, has anyone had the everything salad at Walmart? They're under $5. That's what I ended up eating instead of Sun Chips. Hot fudge cake sounds better. Well, everything salad's not bad. I have not had it, but I like salad. I like a Caesar salad or a Cobb salad. Or one of those big chicken salads. That's good, too. April says, I'm getting a contact buzz off of Sonny's marijuana. Don't bogart that secondhand smoke, April.
She doesn't need any secondhand smoke. She's already crazy enough.
And Sue says, someone may need to clean the crack. Is the crack dirty? April says, lobster. Clean your room.
And Aaron can clean while he's looking for Amy's crack.
Crack kills, don't you know? Sue says Amy is a janitor. Maybe she can clean her own crack then. April says, I need a cigarette. I got one. Aaron says Amy is a warrior. That's true. She is that. And April says that's what she said, LOL. Sue says, I actually find it difficult to find sweets due to my dietary restrictions. Sweets are not good for diets. Aaron says, April, I didn't know you smoked. And now you know, and knowing is half the battle. Amy says, I made it home safely. All right. Now, the only thing left to do is kick the shoes off, kick back and relax. And enjoy the evening. Lady B says, so glad, Amy, prayers. Sue says, yay, Amy is safe. Well, I knew she would be. The Lord looks after my people. You can believe that. How do I know? Because he looks after me. Aaron says, I just saw what Amanda said about cleaning. And April says, sometimes. I smoke sometimes.
LOL, Aaron, slow and a slacker.
April says, nope, you can't put a space, April. It's exclamation point, 8 ball. No space. Put the space after 8 ball. Aaron says, a slow slacker. A slowacker. Slowacker. Isn't that how a duck has sex? Oh, no, that's cloaca. Never mind. April says, like that? Nope, not like that. All one word. Exclamation 8 ball. Like this. Amanda says,
8 ball, is April a blonde?
and 8 ball says, she's a little mule. April says, 8 ball. Yes, and then you got to ask it a question. April says 8 ball, and 8 ball says perhaps. So you didn't ask it a question, and it told you an answer. Perhaps. Perhaps it's 8 ball. Perhaps it's Jake in disguise. And Amanda says, there you go, April. Now ask it a question. And Sue says, I don't think my bird wants me to be free, or wants to be free. She's gotten loose a few times and doesn't go anywhere and just walks right back into the house. I guess she likes it here. She knows she has a good thing. Well, contrary to popular belief, birds are very smart, and they know a good thing when they see it. April says, Sue, that's awesome. Or amazing. That's amazing. And Sue says, don't dig up the crack and eat the chocolate. Gross. Aaron says, psst, I'm all chocolate. LOL. Amy says, LOL, Sue. And finally, some dry socks. Don't you hate when your feet are wet? That's the worst thing in the world. And Amanda says, LOL, Aaron. And Aaron says, one big butt crack. And Lady B says, well, damn, I'm hungry after eating a salad. Geez, I need motivation to clean tomorrow. Any motivating tips? Yes. Stand up, put one foot in front of the other, and get busy. That's it. Just get up and move. Here's what you do. Say this phrase to yourself over and over again. It's silly, but it works. Say, juice, get fired up. Over and over. Chant it. Juice, get fired up. Juice, get fired up. Do it like a song. Juice, get fired up. Juice, get fired up. And just keep doing that. And I guarantee you it will excite you and get you moving. Or turn on some AC/DC.
Or just lay in bed all weekend.
That's what I do. Aaron says music. April says 8 ball. Are you ready to get some ice cream? 8 ball says the answer to that isn't pretty. And Debbie says, Aaron, this is your last warning. Stop trying to get me in trouble. Sue says, Amy, dry your feet, even between your toes. You don't want problems from that. I've had it. Gross. Amy says, Lady B, if Jesus comes back tomorrow, you need to be working. Amen to that. You do want to be in the field. You do not want to be taken out of the field. Believe that. By golly, I see the end in sight. April says, ha ha. Lady B says, I got something sweet, sugar-free Reese's Cups. That didn't even make sense. Deleted. Aaron says, LOL, Debbie. And Amy says, LOL, Debbie. And Amanda says,
Debbie, you like being in trouble.
She does. Aaron says, yep. She thinks about the butt crack. Lady B says, Amy, can you elaborate? I was saved at 12 years old and baptized at 25. I am a child of God. Elaborate what you said, hon. Thank you. And Debbie says, I dream about the butt crack, Aaron. And Amy says, when the rapture comes, it's the people working in the field that will be saved. Jake will explain it better than I can. Except I don't believe in the rapture. But yes, Christ says that 2 will be in the field and 1 will be taken away. Well, the Bible says that. If you go back and read everything that Christ says, everything that he talks about, if you read Revelations and everything that is described in the book of Daniel and in all the other books that talk about the end times, every way that it's described is about doing the work. It's about husbandry. It's about farming. It's about vineyard work. It's about collecting oil and being prepared and being ready and all of that stuff. So if you take all of that into account, If two are in the field and one is taken away and one is left doing the work, guess which one you want to be? You want to be doing the work. You want to be working. You want to be doing what you were told to do when God comes back. The one taken away is taken by the Antichrist. That is the strong delusion that you can fly away to save your soul. You cannot. As for the rapture, nowhere in the Bible is that mentioned. It is not biblical. There is a thing that happens, but it happens at the end when Christ returns, not before then. The devil with looms, says Sue. And fruit. April says, good night. I love you all. 8-Ball, do you got a whole lot of shaking going on? 8-Ball says, I guess you didn't do it right. April didn't say anything. Aaron says, LOL, Nemo touched the butt. Lady B says, gotcha, Amy. That's motivation for sure. Thank you. Smiley face and prayers. And Sue says, boat, not butt. Boat crack. Aaron says, Sue, he said butt. Well, that was the joke in the movie. And Sue says, Aaron, but about a boat. And Lady B says, is it bad that with the way the world is, I am ready to go work for the Lord? No, that's not bad. Heaven would be so much better than the hell we are enduring now. Well, that's true. But the work that the Lord has for you is on this earth. That's why you're here. Don't you know that? You're here to do the work of the Lord. Here. So get busy. Do it. What does that mean? That means you have to make a decision while you're here. Follow God or follow Satan. It's a very simple decision. And if you've made it, you're good. If you haven't, you need to figure out why and what will convince you to make that decision. What about disabled people, says Sue? What about them? First of all, our Father is very wise, and he is aware of all considerations. Disabled people are not that way through their own faults. They are disabled. But that being said, they have jobs to do too. Not all jobs require physical labor. And there are many disabled people that have turned their lives into something profitable or motivational or helpful. What you do with your life is ultimately yours. You have free will. It's your ship. You can sail it across the 7 seas, or you can drive that sucker right into the rocks. Either way, God will let you do it. Ultimately, what matters at the end is what's in your heart and what's in your mind. I hope that helps. Aaron says, but he said, touch the butt. Amy says, Sue, that's also a question for Jake. I answered it. And Sue says, you say butt, I say boat. April says, 8-Ball, do you have an imagination? No. 8-Ball says, most definitely. Well, only because it's my imagination. I programmed it, 8-Ball. Aaron says, my love froze. Be right back. Your love froze? That's not good. And Debbie says, when Amy types DWL, I figured it meant doing Willie Loman. So I figured she might be a while. Who's Willie Loman? Love bot. Love boat, says Sue. All right. I think this is about the end. And not a moment too soon. April says, cool. Lady B says, who is 8-Ball? It's just a game that we play in the chat. It's a bot that I program with a bunch of answers that you can ask it questions and it'll give you random answers. And it's funny. Sometimes. Amanda says.
It's a game in the chat.
Lady B says, okay, Amanda. Amy says, magic 8 ball. You shake it and ask it a question and it answers you. April says, love you true. Even 8 ball. Give me a kiss. Aaron says, Sue, is that a cheer? You say butt, I say boat. Butt, boat, butt, boat, butt, boat, butt, boat. Lady B says, good night all. We leave with Jake and Amanda does. We leave when Jake and Amanda does. Ha. That's about to be happening. And Sue says, Jake, tell me why God was hard on the Jewish people. I don't have to tell you, the Bible tells you. It's because they were hard-headed and stiff-necked. It's because they were disobedient. He gave them a plan, and they refused to follow it. That's why. And those aren't my words. Those are the Bible's. And then my chat jumped again.
April says, lady, much love, hugs. 11:54. Sue says,
Got it.
okay.
I believe we can learn more about our own beliefs by listening to others about theirs. True. Debbie says, 8 ball, does Lady B have a pickle problem? 8 ball says, yesterday it would have been a yes, but today it's a yep. Amy says, I know because throughout the Bible, the Jewish people did not obey God. He gave them opportunity after opportunity, and they failed. That's why. I hope that answers the question, Sue. For example, when God took them out of Egypt and led them to Mount Sinai, and then he said, stay here at the base of the mountain while my man Moses comes up and talks to me. So Moses goes up into the mountain, which is not a very big mountain. You can see the top of it from where they are. And you can see the presence of God on the mountain. You can hear the rumblings of God. You can see the lightnings. You know God is there with Moses. And while he's there, they start collecting gold to build an idol to worship, to call it God, because Moses didn't come back fast enough. That's why. I hope that helps. And Sue says, Aaron, I was a cheerleader in high school. Aaron says, sweet, my daughter cheers. April says, I was a flag girl, Sue. I loved it. I was in the ROTC. Can I have another one of these, please? And April says, yep, that stuff in the field was not easy. Lots of work. Yes. And April says, OMG, I got to go get something sweet now. Me too, like sleep. Aaron says, well, April, here I am. Aaron's like, what have I got to do to show you that I'm here? Sweet, this guy. April says, I didn't know that about oatmeal. Ugh. Well, I mean, it's basically just air and wheat. Aaron says, yes, April. They say the opposite, that it's heart healthy. Right. Anything that says that, you can bet it's the opposite. And April says, love those pinwheels. Me too. My favorite. Aaron says, sleep, Jake. The sleep Jake button. I need one of those. And April says, too funny. One day I'll figure out how to wrangle this thing into a time limit. Lady B says, April, what you getting sweet? And April says, I'm going to McDonald's, LOL. That's all. that's opened. Good Lord. Maybe they have soft serve or one of those McFlurries. Thank you. That's better. Amanda says, LOL, April, lots of stuff is opened there. Taco Bell, Checkers, McDonald's, Wendy's, Steak and Shake. And Lady B says, get you some sweet lard soft serve. Blech. Right on. And Sue says, I got kicked off again. Why does this keep happening to me? I don't know. It's not me, I promise. And Debbie says, April, remember when McDonald's deep fried the pies? They were the best. I didn't know they did that. Are you talking about the hot apple pies? I guess that is deep fried, huh? And Amanda says, Euros. Euros is good. But you got to have au jus sauce.
Gyros.
That word is euro.
It's like Miami subs in Lakeland.
No, it's like a Greek sandwich called a gyro. Only Lakeland people would call it a gyro.
It's the name of the place. Is
No, that's
gyros.
gyros.
Whatever.
That's a Greek word. It's not English. Sue says, I got sucked into a real cult once, and they ended up shunning me, which led me to some awful stuff. Yeah. Unfortunately, that happens a lot in this world. And often it starts off as a good thing. They want to understand, but they end up making it a cult. Cult of personality, people believing that they know more than they actually do, the Dunning-Kruger effect. A lot of that happens in this world. That's why it's so important to just read the Bible and believe what it says. It's me says, it ain't me. No, it ain't. April says, she's a sweetie pie. Oh. And April says, Debbie, oh yes, yummy. And Amy says, I fell asleep. Good night, y'all. See you tomorrow night. Good night, Amy. We love you. I ain't far behind you, I promise. Amanda says,
Night, Amy.
April says, see you tomorrow, sweet dreams. And Sue says, good night, Amy. Love you. April says, LOL. April says, 8-Ball, will I ever find love again? And 8-Ball says, I don't think so. April says, Lamau. Off. Ugh. Sue says, Jews get fired up. Juice. Juice. Or Jews. That'll work too. Juice, as in the juice in your body. Your juice. Yeah. Fire. Get it fired up. It's an old tactic for weightlifters. It'll work though, I promise. April says, 8-Ball, do you tell lies? And 8-Ball says, that's a fact. Jack. And also, stop doing that. I'm trying to get to the bottom. April says, LOL. So the truth comes out. And Sue says, 8-Ball, am I sexy? Yes. And then my chat jumped. Hang on.
8-Ball said the answer to that isn't pretty. Sue says, oh, dang.
I got it. And Amy says, 8-Ball, is Sue sexy? 8-Ball says, that's a tough one. Sue says, LOL, Amy. Amanda says, Amy says, 8-Ball, is Sue pretty? 8-Ball says, yesterday it would have been a yes, but today it's a yep. Yes, she is. Amanda says, 8-Ball, are we all beautiful women here? Yes. 8-Ball says, don't bet on it. You got a beautiful Jake here too. Amy says, there you go, Sue. LOL, F you 8-Ball, says Amy. I agree. But I wrote 8-Ball, so don't blame it, blame me. It's not supposed to affirm you. April says, or said itself it was a liar. It is a liar. It's just a dumb toy. Amanda says.
Right, Amy.
Debbie says, gonna keep talking for another hour. 𝕌𝕟𝕥𝕙𝕣𝕖. Sue says, 8-ball is funny. And April says, I'm driving. Don't drink and drive. All right, that's the bottom of the chat. I made it. Whew, only 1 o'clock. I love you all. Have a great night. I've enjoyed this Friday immensely. I hope you all had fun too. I hope you got something out of it, and it really kicks us into Saturday, where we'll get crazy, and it might take a while to get to the bottom of that chat as well. And Sue says, you did it, Jake. Good night. Good night. I love you guys. God bless you all. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. Be nice. See you tomorrow.